Hi friends, it is I, host Eric, and I might as well admit it right out the gate. I lied. When I said, you're going to be live streaming with Kitty, it was a lie. You're just live streaming with me as usual. Kitty's over there. She's not even sitting in that place where she was where I took that picture of her anymore. She moved. She said, I've had enough of you. Cramming my space with you trying to sit on your own chair, Eric. What are you thinking? Naturally, I had to admit, Kitty was right. Kitty's always right. It's one thing you learn in college. You know? If you learn nothing else in college, I hope you learned that. Kitty is always right. Pause. Share. Do I still have your email address on my... Yeah? No, I don't. It's unfortunate. Let me finish this piece of work I forgot I had to finish before I start giving the important matter of this live stream my undivided attention. Because we're covering the important stuff today. This isn't just a screw around stream, like usual. Okay? This is orderly, structured, important, significant, wonderful, delightful, pleasing, fragrant, and a lot of other things. So just deal with it. Deal with it. I have one request for you. It would be for you to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? Because right now, your basic problem is you're failing to deal with it in the fashion that I would expect you to be able to deal with it. Which, of course, naturally is requiring me to indicate to you that you need to deal with it. But, not unexpectedly, you're still failing to deal with it. And that's how we find ourselves at our current conundrum of conundra on the tundra. Kitty moved. She was sitting on the chair next to me, but as I started settling into the stream, she was like, hey, you keep bumping into me, yo. Now she's lying down there on the cords, which means if at some point I decide to get the headphones, she's going to have to move again. TE this live stream in 4 steps. Step 1, make a new thumb. Step 2, do the titling and adjusting things that you got to do, including turning the monetization thing on. Step 3, make the camera line up so that I'm in picture and that most of me is green screened out. 4 steps. Step 4 is add a window capture for the chat. Step 5 is start streaming. It's a 5-step process once in a while. There's no way to break it down into 4 steps without doing a great disservice to one of the steps. Okay? And I don't want to do any disservice to any steps. Because if there's exactly and only one thing in life that I respect, it's ordinality. You know? There ain't nothing better than a totally restrictive order of operations. Well, one piece of good news that you'll be happy to know. Before I began this live stream, I went and got fresh cigarettes. So my problem that I had a few minutes ago prior to the stream, namely being out of cigarettes, has been resolved. Pretty important stuff. I'm glad to know that I'm in EHP. Finally get that question answered. For years I've been wondering, what personality type am I wonder? You know, I'm always telling everybody else what personality type they are. You know, that stuff with the N's and the T's and the F's and stuff? Yeah. I make up shit about that on the internet for piddling change, you know. It's a hobby of mine. Anyway, one day I was kind of wondering, what is there anything to that? And if so, what type am I? But no way of knowing until tonight, Winston's mom informed me I was actually an ENTP the whole time. Who knew? I hear that's one of the fancy types. Everybody want to be a fancy type. And ain't nobody want to be a boring type. The same thing with numerology. I mean, yeah, sure, I'm happy being a 22 because that's a special number. But it's not as special as 33. So it's like, fuck those 33s. You know? You can't tell me I can't be a 33 and a 22 at the same time. No. Never for a minute, Alec. I never, at any occasion, for 1 minute thought, I wonder if I'm a different type. When I first encountered cognitive functions, I wasn't cognitive functions, it was just MBTI. And from that, just the type descriptions I concluded as ENTP. I thought there was no possible way to be anything else. When I took those initial MBTI tests, they all tested me ENTP. But I quickly sort of intuited the way they were testing, so determined they were more or less useless in testing me pretty quickly. And then I forgot all about MBTI until years later. Well, not all about it. I still thought about it every once in a while, but until years later when I looked at it up again on the internet, it said this time there was cognitive function information there. It wasn't just letter dichotomies, you know? And I was like, oh, maybe there's something to this shit. Let me look into this a bit. I still thought it's just another one of those kind of arbitrary bullshit metaphors, stick on top of whatever and make it fit kind of things. Until I looked into it more and more and more, and I realized, oh my God, this thing is apparently right. You know, it's like, what? This thing? This thing turns out to be right? What the fuck? It's kind of like you discover one day that, you know, tic-tac-toe turns out to be the code to the universe or something. Tic-tac-toe? Really? That's the most genius game ever invented? Who knew? Tic-tac-toe. It's kind of how I felt about cognitive functions, you know? Because I operate under the default NTP perspective, which is every frame's bullshit. There is no meta frame, right? That's the default NTP perspective on things. And the problem with every frame is that people under every frame are always claiming that their frame's the meta frame, but there is no meta frame. Who knew? There is a meta frame. It's cognitive functions. It actually explains everything. It's like God, but without the magical thinking. Because God also explains everything. If you're satisfied with God as an explanation, then it does explain everything. Mommy, why do people have war? God. Oh. Mommy, where do potatoes come from? God. Oh. Mommy, Why am I asking these questions? God. Oh. Mommy, how can I distinguish between different causes of things if the answer is always God? God. What does frame exactly mean? Well, so I guess the best way to explain it is to say, historically, psychology has approached the question of framing through which frame is the best frame. So you get Skinner, who's saying, no, people are fundamentally behavioralist. You know, they are responsive to stimuli. You can train them like you can animals, and there's nothing more than just a cause-effect response between stimulus and individual. That's it. Other people, you get this kind of, it's all about how you're nurtured, and the parenting style you receive, and whether you learn to trust, and blah 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 blah. And anyway, people have been trying to approach everything through these various frames. Freud says, it's all about your junk. Jung says it's all about archetypes. But again, like, certain talk therapists think it's maybe all about trauma, or certain talk therapists think it's all about attachment to past and needing to process that and move past it. Some think it's about learning from it. It's like these are all different frames of reference that people are imposing on things. Cognitive functions provide the meta frame because they explain why each of those people is projecting that single frame without advocating any particular frame as preferable inherently. So, you can always make up a million different sentences that start like this. The fundamental difference between people is some people get it and some don't. Or some people keep their shit in order and some people are a sloppy mess. Some people use their thinking and some people use their feeling. People have been saying words like that, dividing humanity into two categories for all of human history. And when they do that, they're basically saying there are two kinds of people in the world. Those who adhere and uphold to my absolute values and my frame projection, and those scoundrels who don't. They're always saying the same thing. It's just you replace those words with the specifics. Hey, James Carolus was cool. You reminded me of somebody specific, but I can't place who it is. Maybe like a public figure or something. Hi, Drag. If you guys will pardon me for a moment, I'm going to go refill my cup of coffee. That was one little bit of prep work I didn't do before we began. So, one way in which you can evaluate the term frame is simply to think of it as a criterion by which you're going to be satisfied. So, what I mean by that is, when Rachel went to the emergency room, she and the emergency room people have two different types of frames, right? Two different frames of reference. The emergency room doctor is trying to figure out what's going on for the first time that's not been figured out correctly before and is going to solve it. Yeah, right? Rachel's going in with a frame of reference that says, I know what I have. I don't know why the symptoms have suddenly worsened, and I think you should give me one of these two anti-serotonin drugs. But because the frame of reference of the doctor was, I'm going to diagnose this because it's not serotonin syndrome, because some of the symptoms aren't consistent with what I've seen with serotonin syndrome before, when she didn't get the diagnosis she expected of some kind of infection, she just sent Rachel home without doing anything. Why? Different frames of reference. We're going there for solvency. They're going there for they're there to diagnose in ways that allow them to solve the problem immediately within their own frame of reference. You know, it's like at no point was Rachel central to their equation there. I seriously doubt if anybody ever asked her, if this doctor's visit were to go smoothly and you were happy at the end of it, what would have happened? Did they ever ask you that of the doctor? No. That's a lack of framing, you know? And it's so by default something that people don't even think about making explicit, that like when we talked to the RN and I said, okay, well, what exactly are you testing for, and what's the line of thinking here regarding these tests? And I finally clarified for her and got her to agree that the purpose of this was, yes, she almost certainly does have serotonin syndrome, but we're going to do these additional tests to eliminate other possible things simply for the purpose of strengthening the case that she has serotonin syndrome. And it's like, when I pushed her to clarify all these points that I needed to know, it was as though, for the first time in history, someone had opened her eyes to the possibility that maybe we could frame these questions and have a more successful relationship with them, you know? Why are you doing this testing? To get more information is indicative that you've done inadequate framing, right? Because you've not accounted for who's doing what for what reason. Why are we there? And this is a problem, especially in healthcare, because by and large in healthcare, people are expected to strangely defer all concerns and matters of their own body over to this expert, who then is expected to treat the matter as though money were never at issue. Which leads to, oh, motherfucking piece of shit. Son of a bitch. Fucking goddamn. Damn it. Oh my fucking god. Eric. If Rachel has serotonin syndrome, you must have barren stupid syndrome. Because you're so stupid, you do that shit even though there's nothing wrong with you. God. Oh. Eric, you deserve to be punished for your retardation. And that's the truth. I don't know who's going to punish you for it, but somebody should wag their finger sternly at you, even if it's just yourself. Because you, sir, are a total tard who deserves a mighty scolding of the worst sort for being such a tard. And I'm going to change my pants out of these pants that will constantly remind me of how retarded I am into pants that don't remind me of that. God. Someone needs to stop making liquids so spillable. Who decided that liquids needed to spill anyway? I certainly didn't request any spillage for this stream. I didn't say, hey, YouTube, can you please send me a tall order of spilling a hot cup of coffee all over everything? Frames are lame, tests are best. Well, that sounds like a pro-testing frame to me, Morridge. Maybe you should stop projecting your assessment bias onto us. Okay. Because remember, next time, it could be you that I spill this hot coffee on instead of me. And then what are you going to think? And then what are you going to feel? You're going to feel pretty bad. You're going to think, wow, I should have listened to Eric. Yeah. Why? All because you didn't frame the issue correctly. Okay? Alright, now we're ready to begin. Okay, thank you for waiting for the beginning. The beginning was, we had a little bit of pre-show problems here, a few technical difficulties. The cranking mechanism on the curtain raising device had snapped, and we had to super glue it back together. Plus, several of the people in the orchestra tested positive for COVID. So, everybody lock yourself up for 14 days. Well, you know, that's what kindergarten tadpoles are for, Oliver. They're so that children can learn how humans can capture small animals and keep them until they die. It's part of our duty as God's top-level creature. We're in charge of all the other creatures, which includes whether they live or die. Except for Kitty, of course. Kitty's in charge of everything. She knows that already, though. God gave Kitty special dispensation to be in charge of everything. First, people questioned his wisdom. You're going to make that cat in charge of everything? But then when they saw how gorgeous she was, they said, okay, fine, I get it. That's a beautiful cat. I tell you what's doing really well right now. Magical Cup will brighten your day. Magical Cup will brighten your day as a short is really shooting to the moon. We'll see if it gets as high as person who can't throw trash away did. That was 30,000 views on that TE Polar one with the trash can. Crazy, huh? Anyway, magical color changing cup, which just says wait for it, and then the heat in the cup makes it change color. That's doing well. So it's amazing what people will want to see. Ooh, that cup changes color. No offense, people who like that video. It is a well-looped short, but I mean, I certainly wouldn't watch it, right? It's kind of fun making shorts because they're not things I'd really ever watch. I hold my testicles, but it's mostly just a sign that I'm sitting down or existing, you know, or can reach my testicles. One of those three things. I'm holding them right now. Holding them close. Holding them with care and consideration. Retraded, but with 2 letters swapped and no hyphen. So I can't come up with anything else that works. Overline hand. I can't misconstrue that. I can't figure out any other thing I can misconstrue it into. You defeated my extroverted intuition. I hope everybody has a chance to vote on my newest poll question. Having a robot friend, is it more refreshing or depressing? If I'm holding my own testicles, it could mean just about anything. Mostly just that I can reach my own testicles. If I'm holding someone else's testicles, we got a problem. We got some sort of problem here. If I've gotten suckered into a so-called oath of allegiance that requires me to hold on to another man's nuts, I've had a sudden attack of extreme gullibility syndrome. Really? I gotta... Really? And go like this? That's the only way we have an oath? This is part of your culture. Onto my face. Okay, well, if that's your culture, I guess I gotta do it. I'd really have to have a moment of extreme gullibility to buy that one. You'd think if the Greeks were smart, they would have applied that to the chicks, you know? All right, women, you get to participate in democracy. You do. But in order to show that we trust you, you're going to have to hold our junk the whole time that we're in session. That's your job. You know, if you don't like what we're saying, you could, you know, give a little... That's a cue. Redart. Redarted. You could redarted something. You could... If I already threw darts at something, and I were to say that I have darted that board, then... And someone says, oh, but I removed the darts and brought them back to you. Then that person might very well say, well, I guess I'll need to redart it then. And Abraham said unto his eldest servant of his house, pray, I put thee thy hand under my thigh. Jostle thee my tenders. And thus did she jostle and wiggle the waddlecoot until moisture emitted like the spring dews from the autumn mists. No, you don't need to hold my balls. I believe you. Nobody thought to say that in ancient Greece for some reason. When the Aztecs discovered the avocado in 500 BC, did the Aztecs really discover the avocado? What about the Proto-Aztecs, their hunter-gatherer forefathers? Weren't they really the ones who discovered the avocado? And wasn't the avocado really invented by Mr. Avocado? It was. Aren't avocados really just the eggs of chia pets? They are. You know, it's very easy to start your own avocado tree. If you'd like to know how, you simply take 2 toothpicks and suspend your avocado seed, half in water, half outside the water. And soon enough, you'll have an avocado plant growing. True story. Guacamole translates to testicle sauce. Guacamole translates to there's absolutely nothing else we can do with this shit. That's what it actually translates to. The Aztec Mayan people, what can we do with this? And they couldn't figure out anything that they could do with it except just mush it up and eat it with chips. They're like, there's nothing else we can do with this shit. And that became its name. Except it was said in their language, guacamole. There's not really much you can do with an avocado, you know? Sure, you could put slices of an avocado on a sandwich to add some thin layer of tasteless mush in the mix. Oh, sure, you could garnish your sushi with avocado just to make it look fancier. Oh, sure, you could put avocado on top of some salad or something. But let's be honest here. There's nothing you can do with an avocado of any value except make guacamole out of it. True story, true facts. Words of wisdom, words of insight. These are the things you receive from me here. You take them away, you hold them so dear, because these truths will carry you forward into a new and brighter day, free from illusions regarding multiple usages of avocados. You're welcome, America and the world. You are welcome. What I do is I take people who are lost in a fog of delusion regarding avocados, and I bring them into the clear daylight of truth. I take them from avocado to avocado. Okay? That's why they call me Eric, the avocado guy. Who's always talking about avocado. You know, I do have an actual avocado story. Namely, I appear to have fixed my family's avocado tree. Well, Eric, do tell. From what did said avocado tree suffer? Why, it was an invasive parasitic fungus that they claimed, those horrible people who write the horticultural books or whatever, they claimed there's no cure for it, right? Well, I'll tell you what's a cure for that shit. You scrape it all out and you fill it up with pool cement, you know, like that kind of cement for the bottom of the pool. It's waterproof, right? And then you spray a lacquer over the top of that shit. I haven't had any more problem with that fungus since I did that. The avocado tree is thriving accordingly. That's what I call Solutions by Eric. Can I talk about my children and my pets? I have one child. And I currently have, I guess you'd say, 3 official pets and 2 unofficial pets. So let's start with the pets. My 2 unofficial pets are Peter the peacock, whom I've recently begun calling Dentici. Although he's much less annoying than the actual Peter Dentici. Anyway, but he's annoying too. He comes and squawks for his food and stuff, you know. Then there's Trouble. He's the other unofficial pet. He's the stray cat who thinks he's got all the hot stuff in the world just because he doesn't have his testicles cut off. And he is extremely manly and seductive. I'm not going to deny it. He's an ESFP cat, and you know, even if I were a male cat, even as a male human, if he wanted to and started to, I'd just let him fuck me, because he just emanates this powerful masculine kitty energy. Trouble does. I've started calling him Bubbles. Ironically, it's like calling the big guy tiny. Because there's nothing bubbly about Trouble. He's cocky, he's confident, he's cocksure, but he's handsome as hell too. He's a real looker. If there were a Kitty GQ, he'd be on the cover of Kitty GQ. Now, as far as my official pets, let's go to the fish tank. We've got 3 fish currently because all of the guppies either got eaten by the fish that were supposed to eat the guppies, or jumped out. One of them jumped out of the tank when it was all the way filled to the top, and I found it dead on the floor. The guppies. We used to have a bunch of guppies, but we got these cichlids who are called William and Betty. He originally were called Billy and Betty, but Billy grew up. He outgrew the name Billy, and he became more of a William. Betty's still a Betty. Still a lot smaller than William. Darker. She's gotten darker. She's spent a lot of time in the tanning booth, I think, is what's happened. They started off kind of this light blue and get turned into dark blue, but Betty is turned into this sort of brownish blue. They got quite large. Both these fish did, the man and the wife, larger than I anticipated. I kind of feel like I should get a bigger tank. It's I think 120 gallon tank. I think I maybe got. I'm not sure, but I would like to have a bigger one because the fish have gotten pretty big. And then the third fish friend is not a fish, but is a crayfish named Lelouch, technically, from Death Note, named after the character from Death Note. But goes by Lilu, and he lives in the front cave of the aquarium that I set up for him. Basically, I set up this perfect cave in the front, and sure enough, he came in and occupied it. Although he's done rearranging and stuff, he likes to bring little rocks in and like push them up against the door to make it so like nobody can even get in there if they wanted to. And then he'll take them away to go poke his head out and go around a little bit. And he's molted in there, and he basically just stays in that cave all the time. Crayfish aren't very exploratory in their natures. If they have everything they want, they're perfectly happy just sitting in their cave. You might be right, Marge. I may have named the wrong cartoon. It's been a while since I've seen the show that Lelouch is in. I don't remember if I'm correct about it or not, or if you're correct about it, but it's certainly plausible that I'm wrong about which cartoon it's from. Oh, you used to have cichlids too, huh? Well, the cichlids are fun. They're very shy, the 2 fish that we have. They're both called Jack Russell Terriers. That's not really what they're called. They're called Jack Dempsey's. But I like to think of them as Jack Russell Terrier fish. And they hide in their cave, which is set up for them, which is less of a cave and more of a surrounded area, that they can hide behind shit. Because they're too big for a cave properly in this tank anyway. I mean, unless I'd have to find exactly the right thing that had a big enough opening and then a bigger thing so they could go inside of it and be a cave for them. Anyway, Lelouch and William and Betty all get along fine, and Lelouch, I think, eats the snails. I think William and Betty will be happy when we get more guppies. I think they prefer at least some of their diet to be live fish. I'm just guessing. I don't really have a reason to conclude that, except just imposing what would seem to be my preference on them if I were they. So we do plan to get more guppies, and like before we got the cichlids, the fish tank was filling up beyond belief with guppies because they kept having more and more babies and nothing was eating them, As soon as we got the cichlids, seeing babies was rare because they'd eat the small fry pretty much right away. And then after all the babies disappeared, we started seeing the smaller of the adults disappear. And for our left, we got like 4 of them, 4 big ones, the biggest guppies left. And then one day it's like there's one of them, and then it jumped out of the tank and committed suicide rather than get eaten, I guess. Well, I think our fish are fine. They're happy fish. I think that they're as happy as they can be given their, I think, too confining environment. From my perspective, based on how much size I think, I mean, how much room I think a fish that size should need. But they are rather chill fish. They like to hang out, like I said, in their hidey spot. And then at night, they like to come out and just chill in this other spot that's not hidden. It's like, haha, I'm out in the open. But they're not really doing anything. I don't know. They don't seem anxious to jump around more. They don't seem that impatient. I think they're just kind of super chill fish. So I mean, I got those horrible hitchhiker snails that just breed like crazy because they're asexual breeders, and one of them can have like 100 babies, no problem. So I throw those snails out all the time, and it doesn't matter. You never get rid of the fucking things. Regardless, I like our fish tank, but with the absence of the guppies, it just seems like it's missing something in terms of being um, a lively environment and more of a fun environment. The fish don't eat the snails, but Lilu does. Well, basically, what I do is when I change the water, I've got one hose that's siphoning stuff out of the tank, and one hose putting new water in, right? So what I'll try to do is with the siphoning hose, I'll try to go around and siphon up the snails as much as I can whenever I see them, because they siphon. It's perfect. It's like they're weak enough to siphon, but the siphon's not strong enough to pick up the rocks. So it's perfect. What about my child? My child's a grown adult now. She's 23, I think. 22, maybe. I don't know. 22 or 23. And, um, and she lives at her stepmom's house. She lived with me until she was 18. Then she went to a community college that was closer to her stepmom's house. And so she moved over there. So she had less of a commute to college. And that was like 4 years ago or something. And she's still living in her stepmom's house, but she just finished graduating college now. So, because the college she went to was close to the community college that she did her first 2 years at. So she just stayed over there at her stepmom's house. And then the next thing she's going to do is get her own place, probably. You know, she's gotten a couple of interviews for like corporate style positions, but she's thinking about maybe going to grad school. I'm not sure. Yeah, aquascaping is great, and I agree. Some people who do it do beautiful work. You're talking about something that requires careful precision in the physical realm plus visual aesthetics. So you're talking about something that somebody's going to be good at that's not Eric, okay? I do aquascaping. I love to play around in there building little piles of rocks and stuff, but by any third party standard, it looks like a kindergartner did it. So that's just how it's always going to be. I like to play around with moving the rocks around and making it look like this and putting the shell over there, but I don't have a vision for it. Except I have a vision for, like, I want a cave for him and I want a spot for them to hang out, you know. Or maybe I have a vision like, ooh, maybe I take that thing out and put this weird thing in that I just found that might be cool in the aquarium. For a little while, I had this plate of glass in there that made sort of an arbitrary two sides that you couldn't really see. And I got tired of that. I had magnifying glass in there for a while. Pulled that out. I started to get too rusty. You know, I fuck around. You ask Eric about anything, it's pretty good. Pretty good answer is, well, you know, he fucks around at it. It's gonna be pretty true, whatever it is. Be it aqua sculpting, scaping, be it hair cutting, be it YouTubing. Boba Fett, if I wanted to be with an ISFJ, I'd be with an ISFJ, okay? I already played that game. Hey, Eric, I've got a vision for a chicken coop. And here, you get to make it. Not fun. I mean, it's kind of fun, but not my destiny. You know? Kind of fun, but not my destiny. That could be my epitaph. Delilah's an ESTP. She's a wonderful, wonderful lady, a fabulous, spectacular friend. And I got to see her today when I hit her up again. I got her some Starbucks pink drink without any strawberries. That's what she requested, and that's what she got from me. Delilah and I are great. I mean, she and I are super tight. We're very similar in some ways with the FI polar. We can have kind of momentary explosive fights, and then it's over and forgotten about in a second. She can be pretty no nonsense. She can be kind of badass in general. But you know, she's a lot more polished than I am in terms of being a presentable person, because she's an SE Dom and cares about impacts, I guess. So her FE's better than mine, I would say. And she's just generally more present, as you'd expect with an ESTP. Less extensive in her answer giving. More willing to say, no, I'm not answering that. Stuff like that. You gotta see her when she's around here sometime. She's fun. I mean, she's my pride and joy. I have nothing but incredibly positive things to say about her, and every moment I spend with her is fantastic. And, you know, I was saying to Rachel today, like, wow, it's so weird how incredibly different my relationship with my father is than Delilah's relationship with her father, you know? She and I see super eye to eye about shit. And we're both perceivers, you know? And my dad's as judger and sensory as they get. ESTPs, they're not very sensory in that regard, because two things. One thing that makes somebody seem like a sensor is being a judger and a sensor makes you seem like a sensor. The perceiving sensor types are the ones who are much more likely to identify as intuitive. Yeah, it's fun. But, I mean, the thing is, it's also not much of a relationship in any meaningful sense, because we're both FI polar, even though we both love each other a lot and find our time together precious and stuff. Like, I said earlier to her when I left her house, hey, you should live stream with me tonight. I'll shoot you a Google Meet link. But then I had a typing, then I had another typing, then I forgot all about it, and now I'm not live streaming, and it never happened, right? Not really. She doesn't really care about cognitive functions. Like a lot of people, her initial response when I told her, I got you wrong, you're not an ENFP, you're an ESTP, was, I don't feel like a sensor, I don't want to be a sensor. And I said, yeah, well, that's because your stupid father put stupid shit in your head when he was extra stupid about cognitive functions. But the reality is, you're way better off than I am, Delilah, being... Yes, it's true. The thing is, it's like, early in childhood, I kept treating her like a little ENTP. Let's play make-up shit. Let's play make-up freestyle raps and stuff. And she could do it somewhat, and she'd play with it somewhat, but that just wasn't who she was, you know? And so, to a certain extent, she emerged from childhood viewing herself as less talented than me, which is totally a fault of my projecting my frame onto her in the sense that these are things that are important and fun. Not telling her she should be like that. I wasn't like that kind of guy. I wasn't saying you need to be more meow at all. It was just the case that she wasn't as naturally ENTP-ish as me. And so I think she views intuition as linking strongly to talent and NE in general when she thinks about it. And she tends to think of herself as having some sort of shortcoming because she's not as creative as me or something. But I think increasingly I'm conveying to her that, but see how all these ways in which you're way better than me and better off than me and smarter than me and lots of ways better than me. I'm grateful you're an ESTP. You're much more kick-ass than me. She is. She's way more kick-ass than me. She gets shit handled. She completed her degree. She's got applications out, and interviews and stuff with these corporate things. While it seems likely she'll probably continue on to graduate school instead of taking any of those, since the funding, I think, is there for it. So, it's not from me. Like, I would have a college fund for my daughter. I mean, that was never going to be in the cards. It's like, I don't know what exactly the point of college would be even. So, would be my thought about it. But that's the blessing of having a real censor around. Running shit, an ESTJ. There ain't no doubt who the patriarch of this family is. As I learned today and every day. As I relearned today and every day. As I go, okay, fine, we'll do it your way. He's bothered tremendously by the fact that my engine light is on. And then it goes off and it's on. And wants this thing fixed. I took it to my guy before, who explained it's the solenoid, but let's try to avoid fixing that by just cleaning it, and then I'll replace this other thing with the thermostat, which was the problem at the time that caused me to take it in, because it's an actual problem. And then once you fix the thermostat, the solenoid stayed clean for a little while, and then it started the same thing it was doing before. I knew it doesn't matter, right? It's like, there's no hurry on this, I can get to it when I get to it, but my dad's bugging me about it. So, what do? I call my mechanic guy. Hey, what's his name? Fucking Javier. It's Eric, the Mini Cooper guy. My car, the solenoid thing, can you fix it? And what do I hear? He's got COVID. He's got COVID and he has to stay home for a amount of time. So my dad's like, well, son, you got that fixed, and he wants to take it to Firestone. And I'm like, I don't want to take it to that place because they freaking are going to ream me in terms of the cost. And so he says, well, I'll pay for it, I'm like, okay, let's take it to Firestone. And then he ends up putting $1,600 into my car. It did not need, right? 2 new tires, various stupid bullshit diagnostics they do at Firestone and charge you for $100 for that don't do anything. Just then plug in the fucking code reader. And replace the solenoid, which would have cost like $200 with my guy. But what do you say? You gotta say, thanks, Dad. Thanks for fixing my car for me. Even though it's not how I want it fixed. I didn't need you to intercede here. But I also know I can't. He backs that car out too often for me to leave it undealt with the engine light on and not hear about it all the time. So, unfortunately, my guy's got COVID. He asked me, puts me on the spot right then. Well, do you have another guy? And I'm like, I don't have another guy, of course, so I'm just stuck with, I said, well, that settles it. I'll get it. Let's take it down to Firestone. And then what do you say? You're going to say, no, don't pay to get my car fixed? No, whatever? No, you just go, okay, thanks. And my car's gone for a day, and it comes back with 2 new tires on it and a bunch of unnecessary shit. Did she harvest all the boys? I mean, she has her pick of the. She has her pick of the litter, so to speak, and kind of has since high school. She's got what other women would call an unfair body, kind of physics defying, you know, hourglass figure, very chesty. She made it to the top 75 in the Rose Court competition for Rose Queen, actually. Out of a couple thousand, multiple thousand girls in her, and she got we made cut after cut after cut after cut, all the way in the top 75. When she blames her failure on her bad answer to the question, tell a time something funny happened from your experience that was hilarious or something. And she, her NE didn't come through for her, you know. Her SI NE didn't come through for her. And she recounts, though, to this day, how she fucked up that question and things she should have said instead. That's what she attributes her failure to advance further than that to, anyway. Who knows? How would you describe your dad's NI polar? It's crazy remarkable in the ways that it displays. Sometimes it's very simple and straightforward, like this. So Firestone's gonna need your car still till 4 o'clock. Are you going anywhere? No, in fact, we're gonna go and take a nap right now. But are you gonna need the car? No. Thank you for asking. We're not going to need your car. That can be inferred by the fact that I said, in fact, we're going in to take a nap right now. That's how little we are interested in going anywhere or doing anything. But he's thinking, well, that accounts for an hour maybe. But what about the afternoon after that? Don't you have that planned? It's like I got plans after my nap? You gotta be fucking kidding me. The only time I got plans after my nap is if I got a typing session that forces me to pay attention to when I gotta get up from my nap. Apparently that's happening, that YouTube is censoring NI because it's been co-opted by racists as some sort of code, you know. It's unfortunate because obviously it's something we use here in cognitive functions. But you could start spelling it N-E-I-N-E-Y-E. N-I. Or you could start spelling it N-I. Anytime somebody talks about N-I, then you know we're talking about N-I. Which means you know we're talking about introverted intuition, which means you know we're talking about the cognitive function. Right. She currently has a boyfriend who is an ISTJ. He's older than she by about 4 or 5 years, and he worked for Oracle in sales for a while. He went back to school to get some sort of like coding certification or something. I think that might be the case. This is not the first time I've heard people talking about NI being censored by YouTube. That don't know. But I just heard a couple people talking about it. I don't have any other reason to think it's the case. These are good lighters. Why are these good lighters? One, if you need to light the inside of your ear on fire, this part fits in there. Two, why are these good lighters? Because you don't burn your fingers when you light a bowl. See, the fire's far away from your hole. I mean your thumb. See? We were advised to get these by the very pleasant people at the Whippet store. It was good advice. Good advice. Good advice is sometimes hard to come by. It's easiest to come by when you have a very specific piece of advice for a very specific reason, such as, if you use these, you won't burn your fingers when you're lighting bowls, is excellent advice. Oh, that's why these lighters exist. I get it now. I didn't understand that before. That's a useful piece of learning. Well, I began the stream by acknowledging that I was lying. That Kitty would probably not be that active in the stream, but I will show you where she is. She has some weird fetish that makes her like to lie on top of cords, even though, objectively, by any objective measure, lying on top of a cord is less comfortable than not lying on top of a cord. I mean, does anybody here, if you have a choice, lie down on the floor, you can either lie on top of a cord or not. Who chooses to lie on top of a cord? Anybody? Anybody? Nobody. Nobody does, except for Kitty. She seems to seek out cords to lie on top of. Why? I'm guessing it has something to do with repressed memories. She's repressing a memory of that one time she accidentally got tangled up in cords as a little child. You choose to lie on top of a cord, Drag? You just blew up my entire world. Now how can I live going forward knowing that I was wrong about everything this whole time? Oh well, I guess I'll just have to start my entire identity over. This time I'm going to be an INFP. That way I can supervise myself. Because my back always hurts, so the cord can be under my spine aligned to it. It feels good, man. Well, I mean, sure. If you have a specific cord-shaped knot in your muscle that you could line the cord directly up with, then that would be a good thing to do. What I thought was interesting in the typing earlier is when I asked the guy to collapse my example into a rule. So the ISFJ guy I typed earlier, James Carolus, I said, okay, so here's my situation. I got the engine light going on. I go to the shop. They say, boy, you shouldn't have ignored it so long. Now you got a big problem, but you could have had just a little problem if you had come in sooner. Can you nutshell that for me, right? Okay. So here's what the ISFJ James Carolus did. He said, so here's how Rachel, the INFJ, answered it. If you engine light comes on, you should go to the shop. Very straightforward, right? But here's what James Carolus said. Well, I guess if your engine light it comes on, you should go to the shop unless you've got a good reason to think that you don't really need to go to the shop. Like, for example, my car, periodically the engine light comes on. I know it just means it's telling me it's time to change the oil, but I actually have a little bit more room than it says, so I don't really blah 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 blah. He converted it from my story about which I expected him to answer with the expression "a stitch in time saves nine," or something like that. Um, uh, 1 ounce of prevention is worth a pound of fixing it, or whatever that expression is. I expected something like that, but he gave me the same rule that Rachel gave me. They couldn't hear each other, which was if the engine light comes on, take it to the shop. Except he couldn't. He didn't stop there. He said, except unless you have, and then he described his situation as to why that thing that I said doesn't actually work as a rule for him in particular. And so, in order to make it a rule, he made it the rule, but added this exception that would allow him to successfully fit under the rule and converted it back into SI. So I thought that was really interesting. Um, okay, well, so in that instance, it was I said, here's a story, and can you convert it into a rule? And the story was, my engine light kept going on, and I kept ignoring it and ignoring it. And finally, I went to the shop, and they told me, boy, you shouldn't have ignored this. It would have been an easy fix if you brought it in a week ago, but now it's a big problem. What principle does that illustrate, basically? So, you know, my the answer that I had in mind when I asked the question was, a stitch in time saves nine, which is kind of an old-fashioned saying. That may be demographically specific because I'm old. But then the next scenario I presented to ask for a rule of thumb about was, uh, Joe comes over. He's got a very loud shirt on, and I think it makes him look like a clown. And he asks me directly, what do I think about his shirt? And so I tell him, well, I think it kind of makes you look like a clown. And he got really butthurt and stormed off. And now I realize I must have fucked up here. Ah, gosh. Now, what saying do you tell to me that is appropriate after I've told you that little story? Well, you know what they say. What goes in there? Think before you speak is a good one. Oliver Linehan. And the James Carolus answered with, loose lips sink ships. Okay. Also a good answer. Rachel came up with the answer I was thinking of, which is, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. Rachel and I came up with the same thing for it. So, at least in that one, he didn't turn it back into SI, and he did come up with a rule successfully. So it's not like a test that eliminates eight's slot or whatever. I think in order to catch an SI Dom doing that, you'd have to hit them with something like the engine light thing, where they have a personal experience that violates the rule that they'd be taking from the example you're providing. So they're sort of like a little bit of a lucky storm of events there, because he didn't do the same thing with the other one. I always think at first, Mattias, that's tissue coming out of a tissue box, but it's actually a cat coming out of a box. You can tell by the little pointy bits on the ears. Oh, really? I made a video response? Did I? I hope it was positive. I hope I was nice. So, like, another example would be, I was hanging out with Joe and Bob today, and Joe got this really awesome new motorcycle, and I was just, like, super impressed by it. But the whole way home, when I was going back home with Bob, I was going to drop him off, he just kept talking shit about how this wasn't perfect, and that wasn't perfect, and that wasn't as good as this other thing, this other thing. I don't know what he was looking at, because it was tight. It was a beautiful motorcycle. Well, what would your saying be, you know? What would the saying be for that? So this is a kind of NI test, right? And it works both directions. I can give you a story and say make it into a saying, or I can give you a saying and say make it into a story. And it's something I have just started trying out. So I need to try it out on people who've got one of those things polar and see how it plays. So anybody have an idea about what saying goes with that thing I just said? All that stuff I just said? What was that story? Which saying was that story supposed to represent? Okay. Listen this time, everybody. You gotta listen, okay? This is super important what I'm saying. I know, I can't listen to shit either when I'm in the chat. I'm too busy making snappy remarks. Alright, so pretend that me and Bob went over to see Steve's new motorcycle. And I'm telling you later, Oliver, and Boba Fett, and Dragon Winston's mom, and Mattias, I'm telling all of you later, if you're hanging out, raptly listening to me tell this story, that, wow, I thought the motorcycle was super tight. Everything about it was awesome. But the whole way home, Bob kept talking shit about it. Like, how this wasn't perfect and this wasn't as good as on this other bike, and blah, blah, blah. And he didn't have anything positive to say about it, even though it was obvious to my eyes that it was one of the best motorcycles I've ever seen. What saying am I trying to represent there or illustrate there? That's the question. But, I can't blame you guys for not paying attention at all, for obvious reasons. It's only ever really worth paying attention to somebody when they're important enough to have a beat playing behind them. Then hold on, something important's going on here. I need to listen right now. That's what happens anytime you encounter a person who's able to go through life with a beat behind them. That's a little hot. A little hot. Maybe I should turn that kick down over here. Maybe that's my problem. There, that's a little bit better, right? Oh yeah. It's a little more sensual, 6 times more gentle, 4 times more tender, and 8 times more delicious. Don't be negative when I be positive. Don't be negative when I be positive. Don't be negative when I be positive. Will attract. Negative and positive always attract. beginning to understand the ways of things. With your ears, you can feel and hear the understanding growing in your heart. That's what happens when you listen to the words of somebody who's got a beat playing behind them. Because it's the surest guarantee that truth will shortly ensue. And the best kind of ensuement is the kind that occurs shortly. Nobody wants to wait a long time for their ensuement. Nobody wanna wait a long time for ensuement. Too hot. Okay, don't worry, I'll turn this shit down. I'll figure it out. I'm gonna make this work somehow. You and I are gonna be together forever, darling, whether you want it or not. Forever? Forever. Every minute of every day, forever. That's right. True love means you got to constantly spend every moment of every second of every day together. True love means you got to constantly spend every moment of every second of every day together. Alright, good. I got the levels down a little bit better now. Somebody's a shitty judge of motorcycles? No, it's called sour grapes. Dog, sour grapes. Like in that story with the fox and the ape who ate the grapes, denying the fox a taste, and the fox says, I hated grapes. I never tasted them, but I hated them nevertheless. Remember that story about the fox and the ape eating grapes? That's what's illustrated by my story. Sour grapes, not motorcycle porridge. Don't have a bowl of motorcycle porridge. Let's move on. Okay, I agree. Let's move on. Let's not get stuck in the past. Let's move on. Let's move on fast. Let's move on. You're living in the past. Let's move on. The past is awful. You gotta move on. The past makes you feel like your mom. Don't be so past focused, Dawn. You gotta move past that shit. Yeah. The past is over. The future's yet to begin. Live in the moment. Embrace everything. Then you'll know when it's time to really live like me. Living in the moment, gee. It makes me happy. It makes me fun. I wanna chew some gum. Still too hot. Why so hot? It makes me angry. Oh, a lot. Can't I turn you down enough to stop being too hot? Gosh. Okay. Is there a master volume? Is there a master volume? Oh, yeah, there's a master volume. I don't have to turn down each of the things independently. There's a master volume, idiot. Oh, cool. I like master volumes. Master volume? Yes, William. Your 4 o'clock has arrived. Wonderful news. Send him right in. I'm master volume. I'm the master of volume, of course. That's what I master. I master volume. I master in volume, of course. What else would I master when my name is Master Volume? You think I'm gonna master go out and ballin'? No, I'm a master of volume things. That's how much sound and loudness that it brings. I'm a master of volume. I'm the master of volume. Oh yeah. I'm the master of volume. There. Now things are mixed pretty darn well. I've finally got the levels up. Hell, perhaps it's time for me to begin. What? I'm out of time. I've got to come to the end. Wait, that's not fair. I just got it mixed. And now look, I added this chord into the mix. A boo-doot. A boo-doot. Yeah. Boo-doot. Everybody loves boo-doot. You guys remember this track, Boo-doot? It was a hit back in the year 1912. Boo-doot. 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 Back in 1912, of course, it had 1912 themed lyrics. Don't be worried, mommy. I'm confident we'll win this First World War in just a matter of days. Don't worry, mammy. I'm confident we'll win this First World War in a matter of days. They should never have assassinated Archduke Ferdinand. The 1912 era lyrics, you see. Well, Mithra Semiramis hasn't known SJs to have bad short-term memory, especially when they're really engaged with their focus. They can be seamless in reference. Engage your focus right here, right now. Focus your eardrums directly on the sound of my voice. These are the tender and soft tones of my voice, lusciously licking up against your eardrums in a most damp and saline fashion. Dip your eardrums into my salt and moisture. 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 Oh no, I'm sorry, Mithra, you've apparently wasted some of your time listening to OP. That's only gonna fill your head full of crap because it's not made out of anything, made out of fact. Instead, it's make-believe bullshit. You see stuff that Dave and Shannon have made up to sell to you and me, but I'm not ever gonna buy it, of course, but some people do, because I don't know why they think that he seems appropriate, he seems kind of legitimate, but he's just selling snake oil. Don't consume any of it, cause you might poison yourself with how horribly wrong every drop of it is. Yes, it's horribly, 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 horribly misleading and wrong. Yes, it's horribly, 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 horribly misleading and wrong. OPS is such a joke. It's not O, nor is it P, but it is an S, I suppose. An arbitrary S made of those kind of bullshit distinctions. No kind of metacognitive work at all. Yeah, they fail to distinguish between behavioral correlate skills and whatever else they might call things metaphors, medical or feminine, or tiger boys or rushing all through and then, and who knows what the fuck any of that means. It's definitely not cognitive function. See, don't believe in OP. If you do, then you're way too gullible. See, cause don't believe in OP. OP just wanna sell you some B. S. Don't believe in OP. You can't believe in Dave and Jen and C. No, don't believe in OP. If you do, you're willing to buy some BS. Don't believe in OP. OP's for very gullible people. See, don't believe in OP. It's also very not funky to do so. But don't believe in OP. It's very not funky to do so. I mean, it's very not funky to do so. And if you want to be funky, then you go and listen to me instead, because their arbitrary behavioral pattern taxonomy system ain't worth the shit that it's read from. The stuff that it's writ with, the stuff that it's wrote on, is not worth anything more than this here rap, which is worth a whole much more than that crap. None of that conveys adequate information, and this, while hyperbolic, isn't factually on vacation like everything they say over there. They don't distinguish from a metaphor, a chair, or a square. Terrible, 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 terrible work. If you want to call it work, I suppose. And sure, I'm a jerk, but this isn't one of those instances. I'm not bitching about the thing because I don't like the guy or his wife or whatever. Instead, I realize that it's bad, poisonous, difficult misinformation. It spreads around and confuses everybody. It gets in their heads, causes lactation in men who shouldn't have lactation. We're not meant to breastfeed at all. That's right. We're not meant to breastfeed. Men, that is. We're meant to breast a need. Oh, yeah. I think you guys get what I'm getting at here. And I'm glad you do, finally. I'm proud of you. You've finally grown up. For the first time in your life, you've finally grown up. I was so sick of your extended childhood. Finally, I'm hanging out with adults. I think you know what I'm getting at. Think you know what I'm saying? Think you know what I'm getting at? Think you know what I'm saying? I'm saying typology's not lame. If you listen to the right words, if you listen to the wrong ones, they're just turds. And then typology becomes astrology, which has no link to reality, taxonomically perhaps, but not in any facts, not any kind of empirical link like that. No, that's not good enough. You can't type like that. Get rid of that fucking garbage crap. Get rid of that crap. That's not typology, that's just a bunch of words. Salad turds, nothing worth listening to but merds. Okay, fine, Lelouch is from Code Case. I was wrong, I got the name wrong for the cartoon that character was from. Regardless, we call him Lilu, son, not Lelouch, actually, even though that's a technical name, you see. He's got a nickname. Yeah, a nickname. Like Nick is a nickname for Nicholas. The same for Lilu. Lilu's for Lelouch. And now you see how things got loose? Why? Because you insisted on correcting I about the name of the cartoon from which why we got his name. Namely, Code Geist is the same, or Code Geist, depending on how you want to say it, either wrong or right, respectively, like I made a mistake first, but then corrected it here, and continued rapping to make it extra clear by clarifying how I had clarified before, and that's pretty important so that we can all know more. Right? Now we got the gist of it. Oh yeah. get down. Sexual body get down. Sexual body get down. Sexual body get down. Get your sexual body and get down. Get your sexual body to the floor. Get your sexual body up from the stairs and walk it down through the door. Or get your sexual body and get down. Take your sexual body to the floor. Or take your non-sexual body and throw it out the window, cause you're bringing your sexual body through the door. Banana cap and card. What? Banana cap and card. Banana cap and card. Damn, that crap is hard. I can't really necessarily do that. I'm not practiced at taking words like that on the fly and making up shit at raps, but I could do it, I suppose. Took me a second. Banana cap and card. Damn, crap is hard. It's a pretty good rhyme ultimately, but I had to think about it for a second. See, I suppose if I practiced in this fashion, getting words thrown to me, then making raps from them, then I would probably be pretty good at it. But I haven't really practiced it before, so it's kind of not a habit, you see. And consequently, I don't have skills at it. Like I normally do with other kind of things that I display in front of you, because I've been practicing doing this for a very long time, so I've gotten pretty good at it. The rhyming part's easy enough. It's the big pauses that let it work, ultimately. Because you can always take a big pause if you can't think of anything. That's the trick to rapping. Don't be afraid to pause. Don't be afraid to pause. Don't be afraid to pause. That's the trick to rapping, Paul. You can't be afraid to pause. That's the trick to rapping, y'all. Not furry pause. Also, don't rhyme pause and pause. That's another one of the tricks to rapping. Unless you want to get in trouble with the rapping police. Nobody wants to get in trouble with the rapping police, do they? Some people might, but probably not me. I'll say this one as get down with one's sexual body. If you love getting down with one's sexual body, you'll love this new album. Chillest guy on earth has a skill at crying earth and crying at mirth and flying at worth, and his cognitive stack a limitation to a certain extent. Like some people can't be as good at a certain task than some other people regardless of practice amount. Yeah, that's exactly, in fact, what it's talking about. It is indeed definitely a limitation to you or me, or any imitation of another person. See, cause cognitively, we are all defined by our attentional priorities, and that makes us necessarily this and not that. You can't be both, it's a simple fact. It's called exclusivity, and it's the master of you and me. Exclusivity, it's the master of you and me. Exclusivity, it's the master of you and me. Here's the thing, drag, if you're an ISTJ, that means you test medium on everything. It's kind of hard to test you accordingly. You're one of the few types who doesn't test shitty on anything that I can test for, at least, though you certainly test shitty on FE. But I don't have much in the way of FE skills tests, so when ISTJ is likely to self-assess and say, I can do all of those things that Eric tests for, everyone, 1, 2, 3, and 4. I can do them all just fine, at least some of the time. I'm not blind, I'm sure of that, so I don't know what type is mine. I don't know what type is mine, but that's because all the things I can test for, you do indeed get a medium score, be it T or TI or NE or SI. You get yourself a medium score, even an I, a medium score is for you. Even what? Even FI2, you get a medium score. Yeah, a medium score. Oh, good goal, a medium score. What don't you get a medium score on though? FE, and that I've only got maybe 2 or 3 or 4 tests, and none of them definitive or best or any kind of way to properly assess. So that's why I say ISTJ is the most medium in a testologically way. The most medium score people in the door who have no reason to say meow, 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 because they always get medium scores. You're called Captain Medium. Captain Medium. That's the art of being an ISTJ, is being Captain Medium. Well, yeah, you can test terrible at FE, but it's like, it's not really possible to test terrible at FE. You either test as somebody who is kind of extroverted and likes to act and display shit, or as somebody who's not comfortable being an actor, and that's about it. Now, you could look so incredibly bad at being an actor that I can go, okay, that seems pretty FE polar, but it's not nearly as dramatic as some of the other polars, because anybody who's introverted, shy, doesn't like putting themselves on the spot or whatever, is going to seem mostly uncomfortable when asked to act out something with their emotion without using words, you know? Like, if I tell somebody, like I did homeboy, James Corollas, show me coquettish without using your words, he did kind of like a, or something like, I don't know what he did, but like for me, I would do something like, oh my goodness, and something like that, which is to say, I have no problem with this concept of, here, you try to do this thing, is very comfortable to me, right? So most people aren't that comfortable with it. So they're going to be displaying primarily discomfort with what they're being asked to do, and it's going to limit their ability to display how well they can do it. So it's much less testable than the other things. And that's why ISTJs are called Captain Medium. In my new book, please understand Captain Medium. Please understand me. Yeah, well, and the thing is, a lot of people find them cringe, and that's kind of one of the things that gets tested there, right? I'm going to stand up and smoke a cigarette now. I feel like standing. Please understand me. No. It's like, please understand me. You've got it totally backwards. My book should be titled, Please Understand Yourself, and subtitled, Shit for Brains. Right? Please understand yourself, Shit for Brains. That would be a much more honest and meaningful title than, Please Understand Me. That's a good book title. Please understand yourself. And then in parentheses and italics underneath it, Shit for Brains. Or Turd and Skull. Lady Von Turd and Skull. Lady or Lord Von Turd and Skull. Sarah Belturd. Sarah Belturd Sama. That's Honored poo brain in Japanese. Smiling is your baby FE capability. Hey, that's a good start. It's a good start. Unfortunately, Drag, this funeral was a bad place for you to begin practicing it. People think you're weird now. It's not an appropriate place to smile. It's okay, he's trying. Drag's giving it his best shot. He just keeps... It's like, no, you can't just... I know you just learned those punctuation marks, but don't just stick them anywhere. That's not how punctuation works, Charlie. Neutral-faced. You know, neutral-faced is become a euphemism. It's kind of one of those secret workaround dog whistles for anti-Swiss sentiment people who dislike the Swiss and have something against Switzerland. They'll call people who are of Swiss descent neutral face. Oh, good one, neutral face. Why don't you go work on a watch? Is what, like, a common example of anti-Swiss hate speech. What are your thoughts about SE pol or INTP? I mean, I empathize. That's my main thought about it. Is although it may seem like it, my relationship with SE is not much better. And I think that that's what people don't always recall about 8th slot is don't mistake more evidence of a given intentional manner for more evidence that a given intentional manner has occurred for evidence of a more willful, meaningful, or successful relationship with an intentional manner. So it is true that looking at me, you'll see a lot more evidence of extroverted sensing having occurred, namely just getting shit done, right? Getting something done. But the difference between getting something done and doing nothing when it comes to the ENTP and the INTP is I'm doing exactly the same thing an INTP is doing, except I'm saying it out loud to people. That's it. So it's not like either of us are really doing anything, right? What am I doing right now? I'm doing this. Earlier I was actually doing something. I was cleaning up this music thing I'm working on, but it's in a very laborious part of the job, which is I'm trying to get basically for every part of the song that has a repeating loop, they can, okay, so this is the beginning part up to the chorus, which the bass at least is going to be the same in the second instance of this. Then I'm trying to get a perfect one of those, and then this is the chorus part, for each of the instruments, which means I'm having to go through and note by note make things the right length, clean them up, adjust their tone. Stuff like that. It's kind of a pain in the ass, Like sometimes if I've got a track with like an offbeat chord, like I do on this one, then I have to make sure it all lines up exactly on the offbeat. That the length is all this. Each of the notes is the same length, but I don't want to copy and paste one note too much because then it sounds too electronic-y and not natural enough. But sometimes I'll get a chord that has too much jangle noise in it, so then I'll find another instance of that same chord somewhere else in the thing, copy and paste that. it's like that kind of work. It's very SETE work. It's not the fun part. I got to really be thwacked out to do it, frankly, and and it's always a little scary in the following sense. Um, like I'm working on this bass part that I already affected, and I'm spending a lot of time making. I should have saved the affecting till after I'd done all the shaping of the length and stuff of the notes, and then played around with the effects. I did some affecting too early on because I knew I was going to have to do some to differentiate it from the guitar bass line, which is just a steady quarter notes. Anyway, um, I don't want to end up spending a lot of time working on a track that I don't end up keeping, Like doing a lot of detail work on a track that I end up trashing. So I do feel pretty confident about this bass track. And yeah, that's what, I don't know what I was talking about. Let me turn this off for a second. So loud. So much background noise going on around here. It's enough to drive a sane man crazy. Uh-oh. When Eric stood up, somebody decided to take over his chair. And that somebody is named Kitty. Now what am I going to do? Now I have no place to sit down. I'm going to have to commit the greatest crime of all, moving Kitty. I think it's easy to test SP, SX, SO, just as it's easy to test Enneagram in general. And you just need to ask directly the question. And the reason why I think Enneagram's so easy to test is because, unlike cognitive functions, people seem to have no ego attached to Enneagram questions, and they can reliably be expected to self-report not just what they are, but to reliably voice that way is best. Like, so if I ask you, like, are you, in response to fear, do you try to research and understand it a bunch so you're less afraid of it? Do you look at your accumulated resources and knowledge and go, okay, well, this will protect me from whatever it is? Or do you bury your head in the sand and hope that it's gum and it washes right out? Hope that that army's actually attacking the village next door to you. They're not actually coming to get you. You don't need to prepare for them to get you. It'll turn out fine. They're going to get them, I'm sure. So which of those three things you identify with is a kind of an Enneagram question for determines whether you're 5, 6, or 7, right? Well, with SX, SO, SP, it's the same kind of question. It's basically, do you see, if you have a significant other, or if you were to get a significant other, do you basically see yourself as part of a two-person team, most primarily functioning like that, sharing everything, shared finances, all that kind of stuff? Do you see yourself as a two-person team that's part of a larger group, like a power couple always making the scene, making all the family events together, both into being part of a larger group, usually a larger family or something? Or do you see yourself in a couple as one of two independent operators, each maintaining their own lives and own finances and stuff, and each basically expected to take care of themselves, and then that something other than that might be called codependent, So it's like whichever approach you have to relationships, that'll tell you your SP, SO, SX. And I think it's pretty important actually to get with the same one of those as a significant other. I'm currently in an SX, and it works great. I think my last relationship, she was like an SX that had been broken into an SP kind of. It's hard to say 'cause she had BPD, but my second marriage, she was definitely SO. So SX means you think of yourself as a couple. As a couple, you're a two-person team moving through the world as a two-person team. SP, you think of yourself as two individuals who are coming together as allies as a couple. Like, both need to bring respective strengths in their own lives, their own interests, and their own shit going on into the couple for it to work. In the third instance, it's a social. So that means both people in the couple, when they come into the relationship, need to be willing and able and interested in succeeding as a half of a couple in the eyes of some larger group, probably both parties' families. So if you've got two SOs together, then they're happy if they're spending most of their time switching off, going to Doug's family and then going to Jenny's family's things, and then Doug's family's things, and then Jenny's family's things. Or if they're young enough, it might be hanging out with Doug's friends or hanging out with Jenny's friends. Or it's really important that Doug and Jenny's friends get to be friends with each other too, because we're a couple now and we really want that. Okay, that's the SO kind of SO relationship. SXSO says basically it's the couple that stops hanging out once they get together and just hang out with each other from then on. Those annoying people. Because, they're a team and they're doing their own shit, That couple, the SX couple, they don't want to go to those family things to either family. It's not like one of them saying, no, we got to go to my family shit. And the other one's going, no, neither of them want to go to either of their family shit. They want to just do something else probably. And for the SP thing, it's like they don't expect each other to go to each other's family shit probably. They just go to it by themselves. Or would prefer it that way. It's like how shit plays out is impacted by a lot of social expectations, situations, and stuff like that. But that's basically how they'd like it to be, So that's what my SO wife ended up leaving me over is I didn't want to go to her stupid family's stupid barbecues. I had shit to do. I was playing whatever I was playing, And my excuse was, hey, I don't tell you you gotta go to my family's barbecues. Of course, my family didn't really have any barbecues, and but you may consider yourself SP until you meet the right person. So like, let's say you're SX, but you just got out of an SO relationship. You're likely to possibly call yourself SP because you're going to be saying, well, I definitely don't want to be that kind of two-person team where it's like, I'm always having to go do this shit because it's important to my partner. Then you're likely to go, I want SP. I want us to keep our own shit and not, yeah. But it's like, the ultimate SX style is basically one party absorbs the other into their life is how it worked with me and Rachel. So like Rachel became part of my life. I did not become part of Rachel's life. Now, granted, I am part of Rachel's life, and her life and my life both enter into the larger equation of our life. So when Rachel's mom's in town, then it's all about Rachel's mom, as far as I'm concerned. I'm not describing you as SPSO. I'm not describing you as anything. I'm just talking about what the various things mean. I don't know what you are. You say you're SPSO, right? But well, see, the thing is, what I would say about that is FI and FE come into the equation here too. So if I were being put under FI pressure a lot, it wouldn't matter. There'd be a lot of trouble between me and my partner. FI pressure looks like this. Hey, honey, glad you're home. So I was really hoping we could spend some time together tonight. I was thinking maybe curl up and watch Mamma Mia. That would not fly with me at all. Right? Like, wait, you've already got plans for tonight and I just got home and I haven't even thought about it? No. Well, Drag, I think LII last was probably actually asking the question because it's very conceivable if you were a drag queen that you might have that name, and since they don't know you, I think they're probably actually just asking you the question legitimately because it's not like we don't have occasional drag queens around here, transgender people and such. They do come around, you know. I mean, not that drag queens are transgender people, and I'm trying to say they're the same thing. I'm just including them in a class of general, you know, non-normal people. Because this is a haven for non-normal people. I'm definitely not a normal person, right? By any standard that is inclusive of multiple standards, I'm not a normal person. What I mean by that is I don't act like my age or people would expect for my age. I don't promote the normal kinds of values. I'm iconoclastic. I kind of have a middle fingery attitude towards the rules in general, although I'm not particularly defiant in practice. And, you know, in a lot of different ways, I'm a weirdo. And so I get a lot of weirdos around here because where else are we going to go except with each other, right? It's not like... I mean, here's the thing. It's not so much weirdos as it is, in particular, a lot of actual perceivers. Keeping in mind that your introverted J's are actually perceivers, okay? Well, I don't think that's what's happening here, though, Drag. And the reason I don't think it's happening here is because, number one, people, there's no reason to conclude that people know who you are at all. But number two, until they get to know you. But number two, that I think people around here are too intuitive to make such a stupid joke. Kitty, you're just gonna have to move. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm gonna have to move this kitty. It's gonna break all of our hearts, but it's gonna have to happen. Okay, kitty. Baby, darling, sweetie. Yes, I'm very sorry, but I need to sit here now. Well, I know. I'm just gonna move you over there a little bit, okay? So that Daddy can sit down. Yes, Daddy needs to sit down too. It's not just Kitty who needs to sit. You're taking up the whole chair and you're just one little kitty. The thing is, dragon is a lot like understand, except in the other way around. So with understand, it's critical that you have the right preposition before the word stand, namely the preposition under. With dragon, it's critical you have the right preposition after the word drag. You don't want drag off, you don't want drag under, drag over, you want drag on. Drag on is also something they say at the drag races to each other. Like, drag on, bro. Like that. Okay, I am feeling what? Hungry? I did have a good sized meal, but it was some time back. I had the 5-piece chicken tenders box. Well, John, if you're speaking Portuguese, there's your problem. Okay? Because one thing that we've determined around here is that the main problem with people speaking Portuguese is that they should be speaking Spanish, but forgot how somehow. So started talking this other unnecessary version of Spanish that's not Spanish called Portuguese. The only thing Portugal ever did for the world is fund Christopher Columbus to discover America, prior to which nobody knew it existed. Yeah, I don't frequently describe myself as iconoclastic, but I guess it's the best word for it. That was really redundant. All of her sentence is spectacularly redundant. You're one of the few people who accurately describe themselves as iconoclastic somewhat correctly. Well, is it really redundant? Let's see. I accurately describe myself as iconoclastic somewhat correctly. I mean, it's true that it could be accurate and not completely correct. But look, the thing is, I take exception to the somewhat part. That's how iconoclastic I am. Draco Dom Ians Nunquam Tit Lover. Never tickle a sleeping tit lover. Okay. I wasn't planning on tickling any tit lovers, sleeping or otherwise. But I'll keep that in mind. Do you ever think about your typing a philosophical thinker in private? I don't know who you're talking about. Philosophical thinker? I don't know who that is. I do think of some typings after I do them for a little while, usually only if I feel like I'm not satisfied with it. Like I gave him the best answer I could, but I'm not confident about it for some reason. I'm just not feeling intuitively like I got it. Then I'll think about that typing for a while afterwards. And sometimes I'll even email him the next day and say, I think I got you wrong. I think you're, yeah. I emailed it. The last time I did that, I typed this young lady. She was probably 18, 17 maybe. And I typed her as ENTP, and then I emailed her back and said, I think I was wrong. I think you're ESTP. I kept going back and forth, and I said ESTP eventually. That was one I thought about afterwards because it kept bugging me that I couldn't figure it out. But I don't really remember anything about it except that. What was another one I remember? I remember that family I typed because that kind of stood out. I remember some of the ENTPs. Like, I remember that girl. She was also like 17 or 18. She was an ENTP about to go to college, and definitely an ENTP. And her dad was an ISFJ who thought he was an ENTP coming in. And she played it super cool too. She waited to have herself done last. And then as she's being typed, she's being very TI at first, like not giving me anything. It was great to see. It was great to see my type being so ENTP-ish. And it was great to see, to be able to have like her dad, who had thought he was ENTP, see how much more robustly his daughter dealt with the same kind of NE questions than he did. It was very gratifying in terms of making my point. Who else do I remember typing a lot? I remember typing that lady. I think her name's NT somewhere or OKN, one of the two. I remember her because I was so surprised to learn at the end of it that who she was. I retyped in the same thing the second time, right? Winston's mom? Yeah, I remember that. I remember Jonathan Basanti. I remember the second typing especially. But I still couldn't tell you any real details about it. I would say probably also NT somewhere. Okay. I would say probably also that ISFP typings in general tend to be less memorable to me because they have less to say. So I have less to remember since I mostly remember words. Oh, my bad, OKN. Glad to see you're lurking. Well, that sounds like a lot of work, Boba Fett. Yeah, I mean that's kind of my experience of them as a typologist too. I can usually tell pretty quick that they're ISFP, and then I got to go through all the motions of turning them over one word at a time. Do you think meow meow? Well, kind of depends, but I guess meow. Okay, and why? I guess it just seems better. Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about an event that had a big impact on you? I guess I'm not really sure what you mean. Okay, well, let me give you an example. This is a typical ISFP typing session. It's very boring. No offense, ISFPs. But I was just doing a perfect imitation of it. It's like the whole time I want to go, come on, let's go. But everything's a serious question for them. Why? Because they got to use their introverted feelings about things. They got to feel their way through the question first. And then they got to decide if it's the sort of question they can really answer without more specifics because they're using their feelings. And sometimes you need more specifics to feel things about them. You get a lot of, well, that really depends. Without any other additional clarification. How many names can you think of for my meh? One. I did, but I mean, you get some great ones. Like when I talked to that one, I don't know if it was published or not. This one ISFP I typed recently, and my invention was a sport coat with a torch attached to it, and he came up with the name Blazer. Okay, yeah, you're not gonna do any better than that. That's the best name you're gonna come up with for it. So. The lady with whom there was some sort of conflict, Sheila, well, my position on Sheila was at the time that she's an ISFJ. I may have typed her again, even a second time, and conclude the same thing. She was ISFJ. She says she's ISFP. And she says that the reason I don't have extroverted intuition polar is because, fill in some words, right? But I've yet to be convinced that I was wrong about her, but I don't care enough to try to, like, when she's around, I'm not going to say, there you are again, Sheila, saying you're an ISFP when you and I both know that I don't think you are. Like a lot of people who feel as though I might call their type into doubt, they'll come in here saying things like, well, as a meow 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 meow, I feel meow 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 meow. You know? I wish I just go like, hey, yeah. Like, what am I not picking up on this? Have I typed INTPs? Are they boring too? No, I don't find typing INTPs boring at all. INTPs is totally different. INTPs, it's like talking to an ENTP who's not fighting to show off with me. INTPs and ENTPs get along great. Two ENTPs, we get along great in typing sessions because I'm being professionally the INTP in the context. And so it's fine. Because I'm genuinely interested in asking them a bunch of questions and hearing what they have to say. Which is what the ENTP really wants. If we're both being ENTPs rather than me doing my job, then it's like, no, I have a story to tell. No, I want to talk. No, I want to talk. No, my ideas matter and yours are secondary. No, you're the one who thinks you understand but don't. No, you are. The only thing we can agree on is that both of our moms' faces are. We can usually agree on that part at least. You know? But yeah, INTPs and I get along fine. INTPs can actually be quite talkative in typing sessions. More so than ENTPs, necessarily, especially at first. And the thing about ENTPs and INTPs, both, is they enter the typing session with their tool function active. So, INTPs tend to enter sessions with some sense of sort of precursors, disclaimers, and other words they want to say before we start. Okay? ENTPs are kind of arms crossed, like ready to answer questions. Drag, the thing, what you were noting about Oceana, I suspect, is that she is, well, I mean, I think it's what you'd call her an Enneagram chart type. The name for which I think is perfect. She's the confronter. She's a kind of person who has clarity and a chip on her shoulder inherently for whatever reason, either particularist or otherwise. When I first started typing her, I thought she was probably ESFP because of that prickliness, you know. But I got to say, I handled it like a champ. It's the sort of thing. It's a sort of prickliness and like, I'm not going to answer your questions kind of thing that used to annoy me. But now I handle it much more professionally. I understand what's going on in a better way, and I don't take it. It doesn't like. I'm not as subject to my own natural like this kind of person annoys me though. You know. I don't think she's like Bukoki at all. Having talked to Bukoki, I think you're wrong about Bukoki. I think she's INFJ. I do think Bukoki's an INFJ. I mean, they may have similar mannerisms, but Pukoki is pretty clearly FE. At least when I talked to her, and that lady was, even I could tell that lady was FI. You know, that lady was super FI. She did have those crazy big beta quadra style eyes, but it gets to show you it's confusing sometimes if you rely on those kind of physical cues. She wasn't beta quadra. She's the kind of girl casting directors love. Oceana could get herself cast really easily by casting directors. Those kind of super big expressive eyes. She's got FI stink lines coming from her from a mile away. Even FI polar air can tell that. So that's like casting director's wet dream. That Oceana lady. If I were casting for a movie and I wanted a volatile, big-eyed lady in it, I would fucking cast her for sure. I'm looking for somebody to play the role of volatile, big-eyed lady. So naturally, I thought immediately of you, Oceana. Thank you so much for keeping me in mind. Delta Quadra mannerisms? Which one's Delta Quadra? I always get Delta and Gamma confused. Is Delta the NTJ SFP one or the NFP STJ one? Christina Ricci, when I was young, was one of the women I thought was attractive that I saw on the silver screen. I thought, ooh, she's cute, you know. Also, Thora Burke, is that her name? I think so. When she came out in that movie American Beauty, I thought, may want hump that. What type is the biggest chameleon in the typing sections? Well, I no longer have a clear answer regarding which type I have the most trouble typing. INFJs tend to take a little longer depending on how obvious they are. ISTJs take a long time because they test medium and everything. And then I go, oh, ISTJ, of course. And FE polar is hard to test for. ENFJs can fake me out for a little while, but not particularly long because I lost my train of thought because of what LII last said. Alright, let me clarify / correct myself / admit where I'm wrong a bit here. So, the fact is, agreeing to disagree is a complicated saying, okay? It is not the case that when people want to agree to disagree, they're necessarily narcissistic in their behavior at all. To the extent that I said that, I was wrong to say that. It is the case that one way that narcissists sometimes employ to avoid accountability is to shut down conversations when they're losing them by saying, all right, let's agree to disagree, but continuing when they're winning them, right? So, now, the other thing is, I don't actually think that agreeing to disagree is inherently bad, even though I said it in that video. And I've had a lot of thoughts about that whole topic since that video, and the fact that I'm denying the ENFP their due area of expertise. So, at the end of the day, Rachel's dad is wiser about family stuff, relationship stuff, people stuff than I am. And so even though I might win the argument about what's fair and what should be and who should be held accountable and stuff like that, that's not a bridge building process. So what made me really think about this is I realized, well, hold on a second, Eric. It's not like you're doing any of the bad stuff that the guy says is bad in your relationship with Rachel. Like, Rachel and I disagree about plenty of things. We don't agree to disagree. We just don't even bother talking about those things where we disagree, because why would we bother? We don't want there to be conflict in our relationship. We're not trying in our relationship at any point for either of us to be the zero-sum winner, right? When you're in a relationship that is full of instances where one partner is trying to win over the other partner in one of a variety of metrics, then that's bad. So the thing is, I actually agree with Dr. Les Carter in terms of behavior that's appropriate in a relationship, but in a personal relationship. The problem is, I was taking his FI sound advice and applying it to public discourse and thinking everything he's saying is bullshit when it comes to public discourse. In other words, it's not okay for you to advocate a policy position that's going to be forced on everybody, for me to call bullshit on it, win the arguments, and then you say, let's agree to disagree. That's not okay because you're arguing public policy. You should no longer hold your wrong position or have the answers to my arguments, or at least agree that until you do, we should all agree with me instead. So that's true for public policy because of the way that it uses society's monopoly on use of force in order to compel everyone to go along with my position. But it's absolutely not true in your personal relationships. It doesn't matter which one of us is, Rachel or I, is correct about, say, abortion, though I think we're on opposite sides of the issue, or any other thing where we might not be in agreement on. It doesn't matter because I don't care that we're not in agreement. TI is not an absolute value for me. No, there's that too, Oliver Linehan. And that's what I learned with Rachel's mom when she came to visit, is that Rachel's mom partially had me fooled into thinking that that it was sort of an accident, a lack of NI that was going on there. That she just didn't get that Rachel wasn't being helped by any of this bullshit she was forcing down Rachel's throat. I should have known better, and I did mostly, but I left that possibility open. Once I saw it in action, I can remove that possibility. She's playing games, and she's been playing games for years. And they're not healthy games. Not that there really are any healthy games you play, but... So the thing is, it's like, the takeaway from those Les Carter videos, and I almost have on a couple of occasions made a final video about it, is this. I'm wrong to tell Les Carter that he's talking about narcissists wrong and narcissism wrong. I'm wrong because I've got no business talking about that shit. It's fundamentally an FI matter, and while I might come to understand those things, I'm not the person to be pontificating about it on the fly. I'm probably going to be giving the wrong message, even if what I'm saying is technically correct on some level. This is not my area of expertise. Why am I telling people how to interpret what qualifies as narcissists or whatever? In the same vein that ENFPs shouldn't be talking politics, right? They're not qualified to talk about those things. Well, LII last, what I'm saying is it helps if you and your partner have not the same value for your 2-3. So, in other words, because TI is my operational value and FE is my absolute value, it helps that since TI is Rachel's absolute value, it's just operational for me, because then when we do disagree, I don't care. And I can give her way and have it be more fair for her, and I don't care because I don't really care about that anyway. And at the same time, it helps that FE be her operational value, because I'm more likely to say things like, my YouTube channel instead of ours when we're together, when I should really say ours, and stuff like, shit like that I'm going to miss on the FE point. It's just her operational value, so she doesn't really care. But it's important to me that she not call me out on it and embarrass me at any point. So that does matter, right? So it's like, it works that they're complementary like that. Now, if you're talking about the first slot, it functions differently. Like, the other thing is, they're still judging functions. So the way I understand it is basically that if you have judging functions as your 1-4, then the mechanics of dualism, as understood by socionics, work as explained. The 4 is happy to receive assistance in the 1 from the other, and vice versa. That is to say, the INTP is happy to have their TI made more palatable to others, and the ESFJ is happy to have her schmoozing be more intelligent. And they complement each other well in that fashion. It doesn't work the same way with perceiving functions, because for me to benefit from SI would mean that, in the same way that TI benefits from FE, would mean that by making my words more particular, they would be more impactful in real ways. But instead, they're only impactful to me in more real ways, which actually runs counter to my nature, because my nature is universalist. So both INTPs and ENTPs are universalists, and the dual relationship complements that universality for both the INTP and the ESFJ, who's also universalist. But with the ENTP and the ISFJ, it's not the case that there's complement there, because the ENTP's universalism ultimately gets subsumed by the SI particularism of the ISFJ, such that the ENTP's creative energies get directed towards doing things around the house, reorganizing things, going thrift store shopping instead of actually ideating like they're supposed to. So, is it necessary then for a TI Dom to have agreement with their partner? Well, in an ideal context, they've got deference instead. So, for TI people, you don't want to have a partner that you're in agreement with. You want to have a partner that defers to you on TI matters. That's the simple truth of the matter. Whether it's first or second, you don't want to be with another first or second person. You're going to argue all the time, even if you sort of bond over the fact that neither of you are getting emotional about it. It doesn't work. You know, TI is the idea that I should be the one to decide what's correct here. Same as FI, right? They both have that same basic position. And they project onto the world if it's in the second slot, and you should be the one to decide as well. And we can compare our decisions and whatever, right? But as a consequence, it's not a good idea to have another deciding 1-2 person in a relationship together. Can all human relationship failures be boiled down to cognitive incompatibilities or childhood traumas? So if you have a trust disorder, then that's going to make your relationship bad no matter what your typological compatibility, because you have to be able to trust people in order to be in a good relationship. I mean, there could be other things that destroy relationships that are unusual, right? But among people who don't deviate because of specific pathologies, then yeah, I would say that's correct. You know, but it's not just that; it's cognitive function incompatibilities and enneagram incompatibilities. You got to factor that in as well. Because 2 8s, 8 and 1 makes for 2 very frustrated people. Yeah, the fuck you will. 8 and 9 works fine, because 8 won't push because 9's ready to roll over, so there's no point in pushing. Their resistance isn't the problem, right? No, 8 and 9 are meant for each other. Because the thing is, being an 8 myself, I recognize that being mad goes, especially being 8 with TI tool, means being mad is something you earn by being right. And that you lose the capacity to be mad and right if you're still mad after somebody else has agreed with you. The thing is, like with Rachel, we're never in any disagreement about whether I should be mad or she should feel bad. So usually it's like this. I shouldn't be mad. She shouldn't feel bad. We both intellectually agree with this. I nevertheless do feel mad, and she nevertheless does feel bad. And that makes me feel bad about feeling mad, and yeah. No, 9 is not compatible with every Enneagram. I think that 9 is very vulnerable to 1, because 1 will reduce 9's 1 will abuse 9's pushoveriness in a way that 8 probably won't. Now, if you've got a really unhealthy 8, then they may seek out somebody who's pushovery. But I think the point about 8 is that it's a response to this barrier that you are presenting to me. I'm going to use force of will, one way or the other, to get you to stop being in my way about it. And also there's a sense of like, oh no, you will not yell at me. Right? Like, I'm not sure what that is exactly. I will yell at you, maybe. You will not yell at me. Like, where does that come from? I don't even know what that's all about. But I found that 8 and 8 works poorly with me and Kimberly. I found that 8 and 1, me and Candace, works poorly because I saw her one-ishness as being evasive, basically. Like, stop avoiding my anger, stop making my anger the problem, and start responding to what I'm saying. It's your failure to respond to it that's making me angry in the first place. So those things are kind of important. As far as the fear thing as well, if you're really if you are really concerned a lot about follow through, if you're an SI DOM, you're going to have an absolute value SE in the fifth slot function, then I need to make sure if I say words that I'm going to do something, I need to follow through and do that. Except that is something that Eric is not good at all, right? And I have to either be very careful about policing myself about what I say, or make formal announcements about, hey, I'm just speculating here, or I'm going to run afoul fundamentally of an ISFJ's trust in me because they see me as somebody who doesn't follow through on what he says he's going to do, right? Let's see this one. You brought up porn in one video. Do you think it's healthy? Without having any sexual experience, it gave me a lot of self-esteem issues, and I believed things that weren't true. Do I think it's healthy? I mean, I wish it were the case that people didn't encounter it until after they had had their formative sexual experiences. I think that would be better, for sure. I don't think it's good in the way it influences young people into thinking what sex should be like. In that regard, I think people are getting the wrong baseline message. Like, more is better, crazier is better, you know? And that there's a lot of performance expectations and requirements. It's going to be something that particularly seems kind of offensive in that regard, and the expectations for performance and execution and stuff to NTPs who have a complicated relationship with SE. But I would say that, for example, I have a perfectly healthy relationship with porn, which is to say, you know, sometimes I'll watch it and rub one out, but I get bored with it quick. Like, if I haven't looked at any porn in like a month or two, then I'll have this little run of like watching porn like 3 times in a week or something, and then I'll be bored of it, and it's just, okay, whatever. I got other things to do. Bored of sex, basically. Bored of being stimulated in that fashion. So it's hard for me to think of it as being unhealthy in any way, in terms of my relationship with it. But in terms of seeing it as a narrative shaping device for people's identities and sexual identities and such, I don't doubt that there are a lot of self-esteem issues that stem from that. But the thing is, remember this as well. There were a lot of self-esteem issues for me that stemmed from growing up in a vacuum. It had nothing to do with pornography, right? Like, I felt very much like I had no idea what to do with girls, how to talk to them, I had no idea why any girl would ever like me, and nor that I really had anything to offer. I operated under a frame of reference that said, I have no reason to believe, and am generally walking around with concern regarding the fact that if I get around to eventually having sexual intercourse with a female, that my penis will work as indicated. There's no explanation I've read or heard as to what makes it decide to do that in those moments. You know, it's like, well, right now when I'm thinking about the question abstractly, I'm not understanding myself as being aroused by the actuality of the moment. So, this whole thing is concerning and confusing me. Because, of course, it's the most unconscious part of my attention, SE, and the SI experiential part, real-time part, is something that can really only be understood in the moment. So it's it was a mystery to me, and I was worried about it a lot. And I didn't know how to kiss a girl. I had no idea, and I had no idea how to tell if a girl liked you or how to talk to one or anything. And, you know, when I did start, you know, dating and stuff, or whatever you want to call it, it was awkward and confusing and sloppy and shameful and horrible and everything sex is supposed to be. That's everything sex is supposed to be. Especially, I guess, if you're SX like me, super metaphysical, and SI, well, sex gets better the longer you're in a relationship and the more comfortable you are with somebody. That's my experience. FI polar, SI4, super metaphysical. So, some people might say, oh, well, you get bored with the same person. That's not how it works for me. It's like I finally get really comfortable with somebody after a couple of years, maybe, right? Because from my perspective, it's my most vulnerable and intimate self. It's my sexual self. You know, there was some point in my life when I was able to accept, oh, I'm not good at sex. Like, I'm not a stud. And Kimberly helped me understand this. And it's not because I can't be, it's because I don't want to be. I don't want to go through all that shit that makes you good at sex, right? I don't want to. That sounds like a lot of work. For what? Rolling around in the hay? You know? Suck it, let me hit it, I'm done. What about her needs, you know? That's reality. I don't got time for physical running around like animals, you know? What am I, an animal? You know, there's species of bison, right? They spend all their young adult male lives getting to be a badass enough bison to sustain a harem for a season. Okay, let's say they're gonna fight off all comers. They're the biggest and baddest bison, and they ain't got that summer. They got that month. They're fighting off all the bison that come. They're humping all the chick bison, and at the end of that month, you know what almost always happens? They die. Why? Because they had to spend all their time fucking and fighting. I mean, I don't want to be a bison. Well, Alien 60 says how this line of reasoning apply to FI in the last slide INTP. It means INTPs are better lovers. They're more considerate. And more neurotic and more insecure. Probably more infantile. They're well served by a nurturing type. ESFJ, ISFJ. The important thing to remember is this. No matter how insecure you feel if you're a dude, chicks are even more insecure. And if they're not, then their opinion doesn't matter. Okay, trust me. I mean, because you don't have to be particularly bright to feel insecure as a woman with your appearance. If you don't feel insecure about your appearance as a woman, I mean, you may do a good job of hiding it or whatever. There are some girls out there, though, who don't think about it all. I tell you this. There's some dumbass chicks. Okay? There's some dumbass chicks. They might be fun, you know. Dumb can be fun. Young, dumb, and full of chewing gum. Well, ISTJs and INTJs tend to be possessive / controlling in the sense that they're going to provide their kind of solvency to their woman, and she needs to be responsive to that particular attention. Be it SITE, ISTJs are going to be excellent lovers, very considerate, or INTJs, who may be weird in the bedroom, but are going to be excellent at TEing their partner's life. Their partner needs to be open to that to some extent, though. So, you know, the thing is, what NTPs need to come to deal with this sort of, male NTPs need to do is think to themselves, okay, it is possible I could be a big stud. I can direct energy into developing skills that make you into a better lover, quote unquote. But if you actually spend some time doing it at all, you realize, like I realized when I started dating after my second wife, I pursued this chick that I wanted to get on. Now we were both older. Gets a little easier as you get older, you know. The chicks are less pristine, more DTF, you know. There's this chick, my friend's sister, Capillo, whom my cat is unfortunately named after. And she's gotten a little thicker, but she was still looking pretty tasty. So I did the whole, you know, try to get on her thing. I Facebook messaged her and flirted with her and so forth, and took her out to eat. Bought her margaritas to drink, you know. And yeah, I banged her like a couple of times. But guess what? That story sums up like weeks of attention and energy. You know, what was it worth? Nothing. It was worth, I got to bang that chick. Okay, well, I did want to for a long time. So that's good. But, you know, why even bother the second time? Why even bother? Because, you know, this is the girl that, this is the story that sums up our relationship. We're sitting at the table at the Mexican restaurant. She says this: I like sailing. Eric says, cool. Would you like another margarita? That was our relationship. She likes sailing, you know. Why? Because, you know, the wind, sun. Feel the wind blowing past me? Look, that was never going anywhere, Rachel Gerard, okay? That was never going anywhere, all right? That was, Eric's single, and he's going to try to do something he's never done before, which is date. I had never done that before. I thought I was excluded from dating. I wasn't even sure what it was, really. But, no, that wasn't going to go anywhere. She was an ISFP. I mean, she let me go, mostly. Not that we were too clung to each other. It's just, you know, it was sort of, I guess you'd say, I had made a fairly short list of people she'd occasionally sleep with, and then she committed to one of them. Not me. I didn't want her to commit to me anyway, but I did want her to still fuck me, but you know, that didn't happen, so. That girl wasn't going to get super attached. That girl knew what she was doing, okay? She wasn't a girl, right? We're talking about a 40-year-old woman or whatever who'd been single since her marriage and had figured out what she wanted. And, you know, she was an ISFP. And ISFPs like to experience the sensation of sexual intercourse. There's no more explanation needed, okay, Rachel? You're expecting too much explanation for something like this. It's an animal thing. It's that thing that when I'm done doing it, I always go, isn't that weird how I was just doing that thing? Why was I enjoying doing that thing so much? It's like, it was almost like I was mad at Rachel, kind of, the way I was thrusting myself at her in that aggressive fashion. But I have no reason to be angry at Rachel. What's going on here? And why did I keep wanting to insert that thing if I was just going to remove it again, only to insert it again, only to remove it again? None of this is making any sense. Not to mention that stuff that comes out at the end, that stuff is gross. That's what I think after sex. Actually, the first thing I think after sex is, thank you for the sexual intercourse, Rachel. Not you, Rachel Gerard. Rachel Apollosa. When you're with somebody for a long time, it's like you get each other, you know, and you get each other's rhythms, and sometimes it takes, you take your time, sometimes you don't, and, you know, you get each other's rhythms after a while. But I'm never going to understand sexual intercourse in an abstract way like I'd like to understand it, right? Because it just doesn't make any sense. You know, like, under certain circumstances, I might find it agreeable / desirable to think of, let's just say, Rachel Apollosa in there. To think of her as, say, like a slurdy dut, so to speak. But then, just not that many minutes later, I would never think of her like that, you know? I wouldn't find it pleasing to think of her like that, you know? What's going on there? Why are my attitudes towards Rachel not consistent? in this area? Why is it just these some periods of time, periodically, certain notions that one could say seem almost disrespectful, notions I would normally reject out of hand as not appropriate for two people who love each other, somehow suddenly become appealing to me. Like, I'm not bossy, right? By nature. I don't try to boss Rachel around. But then there are some occasions when I want to just be like, yeah, you do that, you know? There's no explaining it. There's no explaining it. It's like, I remember one day, I don't remember what relationship it was in, but I was driving around. I remember re-experiencing in this relationship and going, oh yeah, I know what that is. This thing where you're driving around with your significant other and you get this feeling that's like you're irritated at them. Like, I need to do something to her or something. I don't know. Something irritating about her right now. And then you keep driving and be like, what is that? But I'm not irritated at her exactly. What is it? And you look at her and, you know, like you see her chest heaving or whatever, and you go, something's just bugging me about her right now. I need to do something to her or something. I don't know. And then you go, you look again. She goes, readjusts her boobs. And then you go, oh, I'm horny. That's what's going on. I need to hump. Have you ever had that experience? I have. What is it that's bugging me about this person sitting right next to me right now? It's not exactly irritation, but it's like that. It's like they need to be put in their place somehow. I don't normally feel this way about her. What is it? Oh, right. I got a porker. I got a porker with my man pole. Well, I finally figured out during my second marriage that when my ex-wife wanted to have intercourse, what she'd do is she'd position herself so that she was bent over so I could see a lot of her cleavage. And if she did that a couple of times, then I would initiate sexual intercourse. It took me a long time to figure out that's what she was doing. Pretty clever of an ESFJ, though. You know, that's ESFJ move right there. Oh, sorry, Kitty. Thank you for reminding me you're there. Kitty's got great SI. She is aware of the fact that my SI is not great, and sometimes she'll give me a little purr meow to remind me, hey, don't elbow me. You might, yeah, that's an ESFJ-FE right there. The thing is, of course, you gotta move around some because as Eric, I'm generally looking at the floor while talking. So you gotta do some positioning of yourself. The thin line between rage and horniness. I wouldn't call it rage ever. It's this weird sense that I don't really get in any other context with my significant other, which is something about you I need to put in its place in some regard. Like something about you is getting uppity. What's really getting uppity is their boobs. You know, they have boobs and I'm looking at them, and that's what's really uppity about them. That's where I need to sit straight. They probably become misaligned over the course of our drive together. That's the trump card that the woman in the relationship has. She's got two of them. And they're right on her chest. They're called Boob 1 and Boob 2. Well, when you're in receive mode, Effie is in Effie is in react mode, you know? Interact mode. Like, we're an interactive web page helping children learn. Someday, one day, I'm going to invent something known as the interactive web page. It's going to be great. You're going to be able to do all kinds of things there. Because you want to get humped. Is that what happens? Rachel doesn't really have to piss me off. She just has to, place her hands certain places, and then I didn't realize it, but hey, you know what? Actually, I am kind of horny. It tends to go like that. I can forget about it for stretches of time. So I do sometimes need to be reminded. But, I also associate bathing with sexual intercourse. I don't bathe naturally very often, but I always bathe before sexual intercourse. So when I do bathe, but I am not planning to bathe before sexual intercourse, then it makes me think I want to have sexual intercourse then anyway. What does it feel like to have any in the first slot? It's kind of a smoothish, silky feeling, slightly damp. It shifts into kind of a rougher, feathery kind of a feeling. It's halfway between sandpaper and feathers, before finally emerging into a gentle velour field. This is exactly what it feels like. If you can accomplish that feeling, you too can know what it's like to have extroverted intuition in the first slot. I'll try to give that question a serious answer, even though it's a silly question, in a second. But I have to pee. So, what does it feel like? Well, it feels like, I guess a better way to put it is, when you're not talking out loud, Eric, what's going on in your head? Perhaps use today as an example. Okay, so today I was driving today I realized at some point I want to continue my current vacation from Sleepy Week, or post-Sleepy Week, post-Sleepy Week, pre-refilled week, which is where I'm on right now. So I have an impulse to call Delilah and hook up from her. But before I even make that call, I say, as soon as I have the impulse, I'm like, Rachel, I'm going to go head up to Delilah. You want to come with me? And she says, okay. And then we're driving, and I'm talking about Starbucks. Which Starbucks we should go to. Because the one that she goes to, it's kind of a pain in the ass to get to. The one that Delilah goes to. We normally go to when she goes with us. So I'm trying to get my phone to get me a Starbucks near Delilah, but also near where I am now, right? And I'm struggling with my phone. I'm getting madder and madder because it's not pulling up a Starbucks where I want it to pull one up, where I'm not sure if one exists, right? So I finally yell at my phone, and Rachel says, "You want me to try on my phone?" And I say, "Yeah, okay, that sounds good," because the question catches me off guard. And she tries and immediately finds exactly what we're looking for. And then, as we're driving there, I'm saying things like, "This Starbucks over here is way more convenient than the one Delilah goes to. Why does Delilah go to that one? That's a dumb one to go to. And why doesn't my phone show me this Starbucks? Why wouldn't it default to this? It should be able to figure out, you should know from my habits, since it keeps track of where I'm going, that I'm going to Delilah's right now. It should know when I go to Delilah's, I have a habit of going to a Starbucks because Delilah usually wants me to get her like a pink drink or something while I'm over there. So it should be able to figure out that I'm asking for a Starbucks over there, but that I don't want to go to that normal Starbucks because I don't like that one because it's not conveniently located really compared to her house. Your phone, Rachel, seemed to be able to figure that out right away. Why is my phone not able to figure that out? Why would my phone be such a little bee? And then we get in line to go to the Starbucks and we realize, hey, look, there's a Kentucky Fried Chicken attached to the Starbucks. I wonder if you can get them both at the same drive-thru. Well, lo and behold, when we get there to the drive-thru talk box thing, we discover, nope, it's just a Starbucks drive-thru. It's in the same general building as KFC, but they're not actually in the same building because there's walls inside of the big building. So after we go through the Starbucks, we go to KFC. I go in there anticipating getting a chicken sandwich. But when I look at the menu, I realize, hey, that 5-piece tenders box is looking good. So I order the 5-piece tender box with the large beverage. I ask Rachel what she wants. She had also come in with a plan of some sort to get me, and I don't remember what it was. But as usual, she decides to copy me because she's an INFJ with FE tool. She doesn't really care what she eats. And it's easier to just get what I get. Plus, it eliminates any possible FE consideration about getting something more expensive. No matter how much I tell her that's ridiculous, we're a team. It doesn't matter. You know, she'd rather make those sort of FE defaults like that. So anyway, we both get that. And then I say, hey, look at this. Mountain Dew Sweet Lightning. What's this? I'm going to try some of it. So I put a little bit in my cup, and I tried it, and I said, you know what? I like this shit. Tastes like peaches. Tastes like honey a little bit. Tastes like Mountain Dew a little bit. I'm going to get my whole drink full of it. And I did. Then I noticed Rachel was getting lemonade. I thought to myself, damn, I should have put some lemonade in this instead of getting it all just that Mountain Dew flavor. But it does say here on the thing that this Mountain Dew flavor is exclusive to Kentucky Fried Chicken. So I'm glad I'm taking advantage of it while I'm here, because who knows how long it will be available here at the KFC. Then we get in the car and I start eating my food and I say, oh, this food is so perfect and wonderful. These chicken tenders are exactly the thing that I should have ordered, and I did, and I'm glad I ordered it. And I'm glad I told them, no, I don't want your coleslaw. I want mashed potatoes instead. It's fine if it's 55 cents extra. I don't care. I don't want coleslaw. Who likes coleslaw? Nobody. That's who. Anywho, then as we're driving, it strikes me again how much better of a Starbucks this was to go to than the one Delilah normally goes to. And so I spent some time pontificating on that important topic about how Delilah must be exhibiting her SI fifth slot absolute value here and preferring to go to that same dumb Starbucks she normally goes to rather than this one that's so much closer to her house just because it's this way instead of that way is probably what she's thinking. Then we pull up in front of July's house and I call her, and Rachel and I are eating our food, and I'm talking more about how good it is because it was so good. And then I finish all of my food, and Rachel still hadn't finished all of her food yet. And then Delilah comes out and she gets in the car. And I'm like, hey, Delilah, what's going on? And she said, not much. I just got my car detailed while I was cleaning my room. And it cost me $160 with the tip that I gave him. And it took him like over 3 hours to do it. And they did all this super amount of shit. I thought it was a good deal. And I'm like, yeah, that's a good deal. I mean, the thing is, he's making like about $60 an hour, but you know, he's got his overhead and various things like that. So it's a fair price, you know. And then she talked about what was she talking about? She's telling us some kind of a story. When Delilah gets in the car, when we're hanging out with Delilah, it's one of the rare times when I'm not talking. So in most settings, like if it's me and Rachel, it's me talking. And me and most people, it's me talking. If it's me and my dad, it's my dad talking and me failing to listen and respond correctly in varying ways. Not that he's telling me this, but I'm realizing time and again, like, okay, once again, I'm giving him not the kind of response he expected or wanted. But, so what's it like being an NE Dom? It's like that, you know. It's like you just go through your day doing shit and talking about it and thinking about it and wondering things. Like, you know, wondering whether you can cook something with a magnifying glass on the moon. That's a very NE Dom thing to be wondering about. Made me wonder about other things that I could wonder about of the same sort, of course. Today's was unrelated, but my poll question today is something I was wondering about. Is the prospect of a robot friend more refreshing or depressing? Kind of both, you know. Do I need a robot friend? That's kind of depressing. Do I want a robot friend? That's kind of refreshing, you know. Made me wonder how people thought about it. A lot of times I'm thinking about cognitive functions if I'm not talking out loud. Thinking about examples of cognitive functions. Thinking about how, like, my dad's response to, do I need the car? I'm taking a nap, but do you need the car? Was an example of antipolar. Not getting plus FE backslocks. I said, yeah, do you need the car right now? No, you know, in fact, we're taking a nap. But do you need the car this afternoon? No, we don't need the car this afternoon, is what he wanted me to say, you know. Not other information that was unnecessary. Another example of my dad's antipolar was my mom had to be taken to the hospital the other night by sunrise. We got a call after she was back at sunrise saying she's back. They'd taken her to the hospital because she'd fallen out of bed and she'd gotten a bump on her head. And their protocols are such that if there's a head injury, they take them to the hospital under the premise that they might have a concussion. So we got this information after she was back from the hospital, but my dad didn't get the gist of what this all meant. And the next morning he rushes out and he tells me their phones are down. There's something wrong going on at sunrise. Because he called at like 7:40 in the morning and let it ring 10 times, and then it went to some message that said, please enter a code, or you've entered the incorrect code. And he presents it to me as, their phones are disconnected. I think is the exact words he used, you know. And I said, I don't think their phones are disconnected. I think they're probably just like between shifts or something. Well, you try on your phone. And I try and let it ring and ring, and I get the same thing he does. And he goes, see, they're disconnected. I said, we're interpreting this differently. I don't think it's disconnected. I think just nobody's answering the phone right now. Well, why wouldn't they be answering the phone? Aren't they manned 24 hours? Well, yeah, but, you know, you might have, this never happened before. You probably just caught him between shifts or something. And he's like, well, I mean, Jane was in the hospital last night. We need verification she's okay of some sort. I'm like, okay, well, and so the point is, are we in agreement that we cannot talk to them on the phone right now? Yes, Dad, we are in agreement about that. To him, the fact that he said it's disconnected versus it's irrelevant, right? It's like the point is we can't talk to him on the phone right now. We should need to talk to him on the phone right now because we need an update on Jane's progress. Now, so we drive to Sunrise. He goes in there. You know, I'm keeping in mind the stuff that they already told us the night before. We won't have further information for you until the nurse comes in. I knew the nurse wasn't going to be in then because we were on our way to my dad's optometry appointment, so it was too early. So I knew they weren't going to have any information for us. They weren't going to let us in because we know what their COVID policies are, and we don't have recent test results. So I anticipated all this, but Dad does what Dad wants. So I take him over there. We go in. He wants someone to literally come from back up where Mom is to stand at the top railing of the second floor and wave down at us and say, she's fine. That's what he wants, right? Cannot get this. And the nurse isn't there. And we're sent away with no further information. And, you know, he's frustrated as we're driving away. And I say, well, you know, Dad, my interpretation of this is they call us for every little scratch and bump and bruise and everything in the world. And the fact that she went to the hospital, I'm sure it's like that's what happens when you remove discretion from the equation. You know, it's like they have some protocol that says if she hits her head, she's got to go to the hospital. And there was no real need for it in the first place. It's people used to spending other people's money. I think it was probably that bit right there that got through to him. Because for a shining 3 minutes, he had heard me and agreed with me and understood that the reason I had positioned myself the way I had about this thing from the get-go was because I intuitively understood it in full already. I didn't need all this verification shit, right? It was a glorious 3 minutes or so for me because all of a sudden my dad was like, huh, you know, you're right. It's amazing. That's life with unipolar, you know. They can't ascertain what things mean from disparate clues. They've got to wait for the full story to come into being, and they got to experience it themselves. The other unipolar thing, even though, like with my car, right? Even though I told my dad, it's the solenoid. It's not a big deal. It's going to have to be replaced eventually. You know, he doesn't like me not getting my car fixed right away. And so, and I know he's going to have to pull it out of the driveway and he's going to see that engine light. I'm going to hear about it every fucking day. So I call my guy where I know I'm going to get it fixed for $200, no big deal. He's got COVID. So my dad's like, well, you know, you need to get that fixed, son. Do you have another guy? Puts me on the spot. I can't think of anybody else. I don't have another guy. I would normally just wait until my guy gets over with COVID, knowing the nature of the thing. Instead, my dad goes, well, then just take it down to Firestone. I'll pay for it. And I'm like, what are you going to say in that instance? You go, okay, thanks, Dad. Even though I hate Firestone, they rip him off, and he ends up putting $1,600 worth of work into the car, putting 2 new tires on it, and getting the actual thing that needed to be addressed, the solenoid fixed, and then a couple of other sort of like general tune-up-y, bullshitty kind of add-on charges that Firestone likes to add on. And then what do you say to him? Do you say, okay, this kind of bullshit, Dad, is dumb. This is why you shouldn't go to Firestone. There's no reason to put all this extra money. You feel better because you feel like you've helped your son and take care of his car that he's not taking care of well enough, but you didn't have any actual meaningful impact on the well-being of the car or anything, except later down the road, I'm not going to need new tires as soon, I guess. But regardless, you don't say any of that. You say, thanks a lot, Dad, because what else can you say? You know? What else can you say? Like, when I took my car before down, the guy told me, okay, your thermostat needs to be fixed. My guy, Vincenzo? No. What's his name again? It's not Victor, is it? It's something like Vincent or something like that. Regardless, my guy, he's like, okay, well, the solenoid's not pressing. We can clean it and see. And you do need to get the whole thermostat thing replaced, and that's kind of pricey. And anyway, the whole thing cost me like $600. If we had taken that to Firestone, it would have been $1,800. I guarantee you. And if I had taken it this time to my guy, it would have been like $200 because it didn't need these tires. In fact, my dad, when he saw what they had done, he's like, I wonder why they put them on the back. Which means, to the extent that they had sold them on tires in the first place, they sold them on the idea that the front tires needed to be replaced. So who knows what goes on in the mind of N.I. Polar. Yeah, and L.I. laughs. Well, Dad, you see, you're just N.I. Polar. Doesn't work. Does not work. It's like when I was trying to explain to my dad that he and Rachel's mom were the same personality type. I was trying to explain why they had so much shit in common. Because they sat down and immediately started having an ESTJ conversation about timeshares. So much so that at some point, one of them, I think it was my dad, finally remembered FE for a second and turned to me and Rachel and was like, oh, sorry to exclude you guys from the conversation. And I was like, no, this is exactly what I want. This is great. This is a sight to behold here. Two older ESTJs discussing timeshares is just the most boring conversation history has ever produced. But in its own way, precious and beautiful, you know? But then later on when I say, well, you know that you guys are the same personality type, he converts that to SI. He goes, well, we have the same interests. Okay, never mind. Why am I trying to talk to you about this? For a long time, when I told him I was a typologist or I typed people online for money, for a long time, he thought I was a stenographer, that people were giving me their handwritten shit for me to type. That's some sort of not contextually getting that this is an unconventional meaning of the word. It's a very non-intuitive relationship with me talking to him, you know. I discovered this when he came out one day to hire me to type some shit in for him. I said, Dad, I'll be happy to type in your shit into a Google sheet for you, okay? And organize it with that. And you don't have to pay me to do this. I'm not that kind of typologist, okay? I'm not a typist in that regard. Now he knows what I do. I mean, sort of. He's not curious about it at all, though. That's the thing. He couldn't care less why people give me money to talk to them on the internet. He has not one question about it. That's any third, right? He's not interested in my ideas at all. He likes to watch a sporting event with me, mute the TV when he thinks of something to say it to me, and then unmute the TV. My job is to nod and then resume watching the TV. This is life with Dad these days. It's like I never really got to know my dad from the perspective of somebody informed about cognitive functions and himself an adult and who's had his own life where he raised his own kid in his own household and stuff. I did all that shit already, you know. Getting to know my dad now it's funny. It's interesting. You know, I love him a lot. And at the same time, he and I are aliens to each other. You know, he gets Delilah a little bit better. He sees Delilah as his less big of a failure kid. So he sees his granddaughter. He's got his big failure kid, that's me, and his less big failure kid, Delilah. I told my dad the other day, we were having some serious conversation about something. And I said, you know, Dad, I know that I fail in a lot of ways. And he rolls his eyes like, Eric, that was decided a long time ago. I shit you not. That's what he said to me. Basically, I gave up on you ages ago, dude. Isn't that funny? It's like, I have never in my life have ever been able to get him to respect me. And it's not because he doesn't want to or is unwilling to respect people. It's because he's my benefactor type, I'm his beneficiary, and there's just nothing about me he respects. That's just all there is to it. He did like it when I was a successful traveling debate coach. He'd sometimes go on vacations, make his vacations coordinate with my debate tournaments and you know, watch around, maybe stick around for awards. So he kind of enjoyed that. But even then, he never said something like, I'm impressed or I'm proud of you or something. Those words do not come out of my father's mouth. Because he's not a liar, basically. That's why. He is not a liar. And if he were to tell me he was proud of me or impressed by me, he'd be definitely lying. So I respect that about him, you know. I don't find him triggering at all probably because growing up, my house had two Alpha Quadrant members, my mom, ISFJ, and me, ENTP, and my dad, who was the odd man out, sort of function-wise. Now, sure, he was the, you know, patriarch and kind of the scary one or whatever, but he wasn't really scary. And my mom always had foot stomping power in defense of Alpha Quadrant. Because my mom basically went along with what my dad said until she didn't like it or anything that she didn't want to go along with, in which case she'd say, David, no, 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 no. I mean, what he liked about it was the sports aspect of it. That I had competitive students going and competing in sports that my kids might win. He liked to watch that. It was like, well, Eric never got into sports like I wanted him to, but I guess this is okay. That was his response. Oh, I don't feel hurt by it at all. I respect and love my dad a great deal. I understand that my dad has, in his own way, in his whole life, been trying to understand a family that's alien to him. You know, my mom and I having our passions and interests and things that were important and FE concerns, and my dad periodically getting scolded by my mom for being awkward, talking too much or whatever. Like my dad, when I was young and we had family friends and stuff, he wanted to have a party when we get back from a vacation in which he'd show all of the slides from our vacation to everybody while they sat there, and he pontificated about what each of the slides meant. And here's where we went to, not really what it meant, but what it was. And here's the building that was next to that building in Honolulu. You can see that same architectural design here. Now, after that, Jane and I went to this beach called Papalupatapata Beach, and so he wanted to put on these slideshow presentations for our family friends. And my mom, being an ISFJ, was not thrilled with the bad FE of this, and so there'd be some back and forth about how to manage this shit. That made it clear to me that my mom and I understood something that my dad didn't understand. So I always felt there was something wrong with my dad. I didn't really quit debate. I mean, COVID, basically. I whittled myself down to just a client or two when I stopped doing autonomy debate. I stopped doing autonomy debate because I got in a relationship with Kimberly, and things, it's like my plans for my schedules for like put out this by this date, this by this date, all got tossed up in the air, and I just said fuck it. I didn't really like running a business anymore. I was able to sort of keep some independent clients and do various kinds of work without running an official business and stuff. Anyway, so I still had debaters for a while after that. But then when COVID happened, like that Nationals was canceled. I was going to take Jeffrey to that Nationals, or at least to that, not Nationals, that Tournament of Champions, which is like the invitational version of Nationals, but for middle school. It was canceled, and then the next year, it's like neither Jeffrey or I really felt like getting that much into it because they were all starting to be remote tournaments, and it was sort of half back on, you know? And now it's just like, well, I mean, I've gotten everything I can get out of it, you know? It's not like I achieved the very tip-top height of the sport at its tip-top level. If to do that, you'd have to have students who've won Tournament of Champions and or NSDA Nationals at high school level. And I have never had such students, but my former assistant coach, Scott Wheeler, he's had a couple of NSDA policy champions. I've had middle school national champions. I've had School of Excellence Awards for my middle school programs. I've won national championships in speech debates, but mostly debate events, but also in a speech event. I've coached a kid that won declamation. And I opened a debate business in Shanghai, and I was the director of a big program and responsible for all the staff, hiring and firing, and curriculum development and all that stuff. So it's like, there's not really anything more for me to do. I've had the experience that one would want to do, that I wanted and was able to get, which is walk into a tournament with a big ass squad behind you as a juggernaut, as the evil empire. You know, I spent a few years of my career being that guy. When I walk on to a campus with my squad of suit-clad Chinese people behind me. The rest of the teams would like turn, the kids would turn, and they'd whisper and they'd point to us and stuff like, oh fuck, Kudos is here. We're fucked. Because we'd close shit out, you know? We'd go in there and kick ass and close shit out. What it means to close shit out, like if you got the top 4 debaters left standing, like the winners of all 4 quarterfinal matchups are your kids, it's called closing out. They don't even do semis or finals. we used to close shit out, you know. There were stretches of time where we were absolutely fucking dominant. So I've done everything I wanted to do in debate. I've stood up on stage. I've held the big ass School of Excellence trophy. Nothing else there for me. I mean, I didn't do it at the high school level. I could try to want to do that, I suppose. But, you know, it's like college coaches and professional coaches. Middle school is just as competitive. It's just as hard. But there's a little less bullshit involved. Which means, like, to have your kids win a tournament of champions in high school, there are two concurrent battles going on. There's the battles between the debaters, and there are the battles between the coaches trying to get various rounds disqualified, people disqualified for various bullshit reasons. There's a board of people like ombudsmen who are adjudicating these things. In other words, everything is constantly under debate in a high school TOC tournament. So the thing is, okay, and the kind of debate that I coached was competition flow debate. The kind of debate that most kids do who say they've done debate is either parliamentary debate or Model UN or potentially Congress. Those aren't actual debates formats, really. Real debate format, real flow debate, the king of debate is policy debate. For policy debate, there's a topic area which lasts for an entire year. And every squad has the job of creating at least one, but everybody else ultimately creates multiple AFs that fit under the topic area. So if the topic area is something like the United States should substantially increase spending on public infrastructure, then you'll get a shit ton of different affirmative plans that uphold under that topic area, you know? And then everybody can anticipate everything that's even potentially topical that people can come up with. Somebody's going to try it at some point as an AF. Now, one thing that's changed in recent years, I think it's probably a good thing, is that there's a wiki, and you have to release your plan text of your AFs in advance. Yeah, that's Scott Wheeler, Boba Fett. Thank you for doing a little Googling. That's my former assistant coach. He was my assistant coach at Kudos, and he taught me a lot. He's really good. Yeah. And then one of my favorite debaters of all time, David Dosh, he, after he had done debating for me, then he debated for Wheeler, and then he became a coach right out of college, basically, and coached his sister, Danielle Dosh, who was, despite not winning TOC, or I don't think she won nationals either, was indisputably the greatest LD debater of the year and probably the decade with her number of TOC bids, Danielle Dosh. And the Dosh family, and this is the crazy fucking thing, right? It's like when I met David Dosh when he was a sixth grader, he was my very first debater. I had just been asked to take over the debate class. I didn't know how to coach. He didn't know how to debate. We learned together, and his family went from a family that cared about David's mediocre Little League play into a family that devoted their entire lives to debate, sending their kids across the country to compete in all kinds of tournaments until their daughter, Danielle Dosh, in her junior or senior year, probably her senior year, had a record number of TOC bids. To get TOC bids, you have to win those big name tournaments like Green Hill, Stanford, Cal, Berkeley, Emory, stuff like that, you know. The thing is, and if you are to look me up a lot, you're not going to see a whole bunch of shit because I coached in middle school mostly. I could show you pictures of me standing on stages and stuff, but whatever. The point is, ultimately, what I'm proudest of in debate is my coaching legacy. Because it's not just Wheeler who went on to be an amazing coach. Freeman is killing it in China. And he sent me an email the other day sort of saying, hey, I just wanted to let you know I'm killing it in China. My kids are winning championships. And thank you for sending me here. The reality was I was getting rid of his ass because he was such a pain in the ass to have as an assistant coach. But yeah, David Dosh, one of my former debaters, he coached his sister to be the best LDR in the country. It's all part of my coaching legacy. Teja, who runs most of the tournaments nowadays in the Southern California invitational area, he was one of my former assistant coaches. No, he's not killing the children. He's killing it with these kids in China. He ended up marrying a Chinese lady who lives there now, you know. God, I can't even remember Freeman's first name right now. I always called him Freeman. I never called him anything but Freeman. There's a picture of me and Freeman at a baseball game when the Cubs were in town because he came out from that part of the country and was a Cubs fan. I believe the Cubs defeated the Dodgers in that game. So. Oh, kitty. Oh, yes. Daddy loves you. Yes, he does. Oh, yes, I love you with my emotional heart. Oh, it's true. Your beauty and goodness are so impressive and regal. Oh, the beauty and the preciousness. It's just, it causes ontological collapse syndrome, in which you can do nothing but pay attention to how beautiful your cat is. That's what I'm experiencing right now. Watch out, it's contagious. My name is Kitty. I sit on the chair right here. I take up most of the room, even though Eric is near. If you hear trouble late at night, it's possible Eric's making me move off of my rightful spot here on this green chair. Spot here on this green chair. I'm sorry, but you seem kind of dirty and smelly. Ooh, not possible. I've got a reduced number of glands, you see. You glandular people, you gotta worry about that shit. Me, not so much. I'm mostly gland free. Hi, my name is Capillo. As you see, I am a cat, and I'm here for my AMA. You can ask. Oh, never mind. Oh, Kitty, why are you so non-cooperative like that, huh? Why don't you like to cooperate with my plans? I was just gonna do an interview of you, and what do? You get up and walk away. That's the kind of cat that I have, you know. Sometimes I feel like our relationship's a little one-sided. Maybe she's a bit of a taker. Yeah, some bad FE, right. Well, she's ISTJ, CJ O'Connell. I've told you before. My cat's FE polar. She's an SI Dom. That's why instead of doing her interview like she was supposed to, she's doing what? Cleaning herself. Why is she cleaning herself? Because I touched her. And she has to clean herself every time I touch her. Why? Because I guess my hands are just that filthy. Yeah. She's taking me for granted. I think she maybe has EKD, Entitled Kitty Disorder. I've encouraged it since her birth, so it wouldn't be surprising if she does have it. You can't blame your cat for having an inflated ego when you're constantly telling her that she's a magnificent and regal gift from God. So, I don't know what to do, doctor. We've tried nothing and we're all out of ideas. As those beatniks said in that one episode. Those beatniks being Flanders' parents. Do you remember that episode? When Flanders was subjected to the Massachusetts State Spankacological Protocol as a behavior management technique? Dr. Les Carter loves cats. Well, he gets a few points for that in my book. Everybody should, to some extent, lose their capacity to talk like a normal person when dealing with the cuteness of a kitty. Now, if you're looking at an ugly cat, fine. But I have a very, very beautiful cat. I have a true kitty pageant winner. If you like kitties, you like pageants, and you like winners, you're going to love my kitty pageant winner, Capilla the kitty cat. She's done well for me on shorts, Although I gotta say, right now I've got my fingers crossed on what? Magical cup. Magical cup. No, very few words in it. It just says wait for it. And then over the course of 15 seconds, the cup magically changes from red to different colors. Because why? Because it has hot liquid in it. Well, I mean, different cats are different. That's the thing. I've had cats that have different personality types. This cat is an ISTJ. She doesn't like deviation from what she expects. She's not very FE. I've had cats that are like super FE. I think her mom was an ISFJ. My dog Lacey, she was definitely an ISFJ. Definitely. I did the official Myers-Briggs test on her. I mean, I had this cat, Schmitty Rensel. Still feel sad about Schmitty Rensel's death. But, he was definitely an FE Dom. And almost certainly an ENFJ and not an ESFJ. Did very little cleaning of himself. Was super all over the people. It's like it was very clear, right from kittenhood, that this is a different personality than some other cats. Delilah's cat also is much more FE than our cat. But obviously, if compelled to sort of justify my conclusions about my cat's type, I have a limited capacity to win those arguments. That's kind of to be expected, I guess. I have been lately making my own beats. Historically, I've done some of making my own beats, and sometimes I get like drum practice tracks from YouTube. I made this. I made this as well. This isn't supposed to be this fast, though. And if I were gonna probably do like this. I like this one. This is kind of fun, you know. This beat is way too fast. It's not supposed to go this fast. Who could rap over this fast? If one was going regular time instead of halftime, one would have to talk so fast that one couldn't rhyme. You can't go that fast, you might say, Eric, that's too fast. If you try to go fast, you'll be last in line, because slow and steady wins the race. Slow and steady wins the race. Slow and steady wins the race, wins the race. This is Eric music. You call it Eric rock, okay? Because Eric is making the rap, and that's talking over the music in a metronomical fashion that is to say meter turned into action, musical action. The kind of action that makes you say wow, okay? I want you to start saying wow right now. I'll tell you what, I'm going to give you a different beat, because I get it, this is a little bit weird. It's not supposed to be at 180, that's for sure. Boom, 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 boom. I think it was supposed to be at 120 probably originally. It would have sounded very different, but let's play this one instead. And this is a more straightforward beat, something that anybody can take home to mom and say, I'm going to marry this. This isn't just some hoe from the streets, Mom. I'm going to get my Mary up on this bitch. Is how people in urban areas say it to their mother when it's time to introduce to them the person to whom they are engaged. True words. The truth of my words are constantly astonishing everyone. Now, again, then again, and forever. So goddamn true. Okay, it's called Eric Rock, not Strausscore. Strausscore only refers to my earlier work. This is clearly Eric Rock, not Strausscore. God, you guys are getting it all wrong. Leave it to other people to get things wrong again. That's the one I wanted. Yeah, sure, it's interactive. If you want to put words down for me to rap over this beat, then I found them in the chat. I could put them in the rap and you'd hear your own words turned into a song. That's a fact. You could put some words there now if you wanted to. And then I'd rap them how I'd like to rap them, with my rapping lips and my tongue and my rapping teeth, and that's it. Plus some air that I blow out my lungs. Plus some articulation with my tongue. That's how I rap so well. It's because I am rapping swell. But my hat won't fit over headphones. No, my hat won't fit over headphones. This is the problem with being a rapper. You can't wear a hat on top of your phones. If your phones are the head variety, that is headphones. For my next invention, I'm going to make a hat that has headphones that are built into that, so that when I put my hat on, I'll also have my phones on my ears and I can listen and also have a hat on at the same time. Then people won't think that I am fear-based originally, because they'll see instead my hat-clad self, which seems more confident than one without one. Yeah. Knee-core. Knee-core is all about using your knees. They're how you bend your legs now. Please bend the bottom half from the thigh. I'm using my knee, and that is why this is knee-core. Come on, ladies, bend your knees. This is knee-core. Do some exercise with me. This is knee-core. Do some exercise with me. Come on, ladies, now bend your knees. Everybody lift up your leg and bend it. Put it back down on the ground, yeah, send it. Your foot first towards the floor, but low. You then lift up the other leg like I showed you and bend it in half so your knee makes it move. Make the calf touch the back of your thigh, dude. Your knee is important, helps you move. Bends your legs in half like a dude bends something in half if his job is to bend stuff. Just like that, in fact, and that's enough. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Are you talking about my NE? My NE talk isn't about NE, it's about knees. Can't you see? Nothing hateful when I'm talking about knees, unless you're talking about how I'm hating bees because they sting you on your knees, limiting your exposure to bending these to make a closure between your calf and your thigh. Then that's no good. A bee has gotten in the way. Why? Because it shouldn't have flown there and stung you on the knee. If it had, it wouldn't be the subject of this angry retort I offer it. Go away, sport. You're no good. Is that why you reported me for hate speech? Hate speech. Hate speech? I don't hate speech. If I hated speech, why would I constantly speak? I don't hate speech at all. In fact, speech hates me, maybe. That's all. Hate speech? I don't hate speech and I don't speak hatefully about beaches. I don't dislike beaches much. Certainly to say I hate them would be a little much. Supported for hate speech. Who is supported for hate speech? I don't know anybody who's supported for hate speech. Hey, 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 everybody, I've got a fundraiser today. I'm launching my hate speech campaign and could use some financial assistance. Hey, hey, everybody, please look this way. I got my Kickstarter campaign underway for my hate speech campaign, and I could use your financial assistance. Hi, I'm hoping to launch a hate speech campaign. I was wondering if you could contribute. For every lap of hate speech I do, if you could just contribute $1. My INTP mind keeps jumping over different frames, always that I fear that I will not have anything in way to stand in, to make any clear judgment for anything. Can you rap about that? Judging things is okay, and not judging things is ambiguity. And tolerating ambiguity is in general a very good thing. By and large, population-wide, people's problems are more on the side of not tolerating ambiguity and uncertainty when waiting is required, because people don't like ambiguity at all. Retired from their ontology, removed from their epistemology, then they have less ambiguity, sure, but they're certain about bullshit, and that's manure. In fact, it causes lots of problems the way people must take a clear stance when they really don't know enough. They shouldn't trust their intuition or their wish if they're entirely full of shit. You EQ those drums, Boba Fett. You EQ them, okay? I bet. You could EQ them better perhaps than me, but these drums aren't EQ'd yet, see? Okay? Stop playing Complaining Joe. Stop complaining about my wife Flo. Stop complaining how she shows you her boobs and makes you all feeling moody like, ooh, I wanna touch that, ooh, I wanna hump that. But those boobs aren't mine, and that's a big fact, because she's just got a dot on her head, a little red dot right there. That's what's said to me. You can't touch my boobies, 'cause I got a red dot on my head. You gotta touch the boobies of somebody with no red dot instead. You know those are rules around here, 'cause we both live in India. And if you wanna EQ my drums, you gotta put a dot right there. Dot on head. Yeah. Yeah. You don't like the way my drums are EQ'd, huh? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. That's fair. That reminds me of Liz Fair at the Fairness Festival. The Lilith Festival. If you want to go with me to the Lilith Festival, I'll get a couple extra tickets. Who doesn't want to go to the Lilith Festival? I mean, it's like, look over there, there's a lesbian singing some folk songs. Oh yeah. Look over there, there's a lot of lesbians singing folk songs. Oh yeah. I see a trio of lesbians there. One of them is maybe sorta just queer. One of them is bi-curious at least, but they all like to touch their meat to each other while they're singing their folk songs. What a remarkable aesthetic they bring, lesbian folk songs. I could listen to these all day long. Take me to Liz Fair. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh. Write me a folk song about your feelings. Feelings for women, even though you got women parts yourself, and how you're feeling special and how you're apart and different and nobody understands you. That's the kind of shit I like to listen to, yeah. Let's go to Lilith Fair together. We've got an adventure of learning ahead of us. And my magical school bus of traveling is just moments away. Why aren't you already here? Nobody knows. Okay, well, that was great, guys. That was great. Thanks for playing the drums for me in the background. Those of you who were participating in the drum circle, I appreciate it. Those of you who were standing, embarrassed looking with your arms folded against the wall, I know who you are. I was watching you. It's supposed to be encouraging. This is a safe space, okay? Doesn't matter how shitty what I'm doing is. You're supposed to applaud and celebrate it constantly. That's what makes this space safe for me. Let's get Melissa Etheridge on board with other Lilith Fair participants to put on a private show for you and me, CJ. A private show just for you and just for me. And while we're watching it, let's hold hands, but in a COVID appropriate way, which means elbow bumps. How about that? Does that sound fun? You want to elbow bump me at a Liz Fair, Melissa Etheridge, Michelle Shocked combo concert? Elbow bumps, yeah. Elbow bumps are the Eskimo kisses of politically correct Americans in the year 2022, okay? Eskimo kisses are the Inuit kisses of racists. Butterfly kisses are the Inuit kisses of Eskimo kisses when you're eating Hershey kisses. And that's the truth. How would you like my drums EQ'd differently? Would you like... Can you please increase the dBs at 2140 by 3, please? Hey girl, sup? You want to socially distance? What? You can't understand me? Well, it's because of this mask I got on. What? Can you repeat that? Yeah, I said, do you want to socially distance? Together, sort of? Never mind. God, dating's so hard nowadays. My normal sup has all these qualifications. Sup, I'm vaccinated and I have the booster shot. Plus I respect social distancing and masking. You want to, socially distance a bit? It's so much less effective than sup, girl. Look at those titties. But people can never understand me the first time through my mask. It's because I've got a sound distorting special mask that not only protects me from COVID, but it also protects me from being understood. Don't worry, girl. I'm big enough for us to hump and be socially distant. Really? Yeah, my dick's 6'9" long. How wide is it? It's like a pencil. I mean, it's a little thinner than a number 2 pencil, but basically pencil sharp. Pencil breadth, girth, circumference, as they say. It's also octagonally shaped like a pencil. But 6'9", girl. That sounds kind of dangerous. It is sharp like a pencil as well. And filled with graphite like a pencil. So, okay, I'm not going to lie. I just got a regular dick, but I do have a 6'9" long pencil. Okay, goodbye. Goodbye, I said. Enough. As soon as you notice how camera avoidant she is. As soon as I show her, she walks away. This is a regular occurrence of me. For every successful short in which I sing to the kitty, there's several where before I start singing, she gets up and walks away. And I have to say, thanks a lot, non-cooperative kitty. If I gotta catch her when she's sleeping. I don't want to wait for my cat to be ready for me to film another short in which I'm petting her, yeah. Do I want to be more popular? Alien 60. That's everyone's only and number one concern in life is being popular. I've been trying to become one of the popular kids since like kindergarten. I'm this close. Next year, I'm going to be one of the popular kids. You'll see. How about you? Do you want to be, how badly, on a scale of most important thing in my life to most important thing ever, how badly do you want to be popular? Wow, that's pretty badly. Do you want to be so popular that if I told you it would make you popular, you'd eat this dodo turd? A rare turd from the dodo bird. They were collected shortly after they went extinct. I so badly want to be popular, I'm going to eat it on camera. Not even gross. It's actually quite good. You know, if you really want to be out of the box a bit and considering things, if your dick were shaped just like my cat, you'd get a lot of play from the ladies. Let's not lie. Everybody would want to pet that shit. Oh my gosh, can I pet your dick? A girl would literally come up to you and say that. If I were dating now, on a dating app, like Tinder or something, I'd badly misrepresent my own dimensions just to see what people would say. I thought you were 2 feet long and a foot and a half thick. Well, it looks like about 2 feet, right? No. Close enough. You said you got testicles the size of grapefruits. These are your exact words. Well, I mean, baby grapefruits. The ones that have just barely started. Not the full-grown ones, obviously. What were you expecting, lady? Okay. You said that your penis was shaped like a Christmas tree, except all the branches were meat ticklers, ribbed for her pleasure. But your penis just looks like a penis. You need to use your imagination. Here, let me go get the tinsel. Once I put a little tinsel on it, you're going to see what I'm talking about. A little tinsel will string some lights on there. Before you know it, you'll be blowing me. It'll be fantastic. in a nightmare world where Rachel suddenly dies or something. Since I don't really care about dating or anything, I should just do that for fun. Make videos about it. You don't mind if I film our date, do you? Well, actually, thanks. Great, fantastic. So, those things on your chest, what are those? Boobs? No, I don't want to be popular. This shit has a lot of responsibility and consequences in scale. I think too. Maybe it changes depending on the reason why I want to be. Um, the thing is, that's a good line of thinking. It is the case that with the more respected and heard and listened to your voices, the more a moral person feels responsible for not shooting out shitty narratives, you know? Like, when I first started doing this stuff, I used to make a lot more things like, yes, ESTPs are idiots. I used to think my daughter was an ENTP. ESTPs, it's like, okay, I know there's a lot of air, but do we really need to waste it with them breathing it? I used to say shit like that all the time. I thought it was funny, right? But of course, people who self-identify as those things, as I learn over time, people's identities are not things to be trifled with. And gradually, eventually, I came to take the stuff rather seriously and actually have strong opinions about it. Like, I think that Dave's Superpowers is a wrecking ball of misinformation. Not that I'm advocating he be censored or anything, but I think that should be the uniform message of everybody who's not that. Because it's like, one thing that every reasonable typologist should agree on is that Dave's Superpowers and OP comprise a wrecking ball of misinformation. I think it's cool that I have a typologist friend, sort of. I mean, not that I ever talked to her or anything, but like somebody that doesn't hate me, which is Amy. I think that's cool. You know, it makes me happy. Because that's the thing. Whereas my debate coaching legacy is clear cut and something I'm proud of and feel like is a meaningful thing for me to look back on as a life accomplishment. And it's always kind of been the case that people around me have done amazing things while I didn't necessarily. So I mean, I attract people who are interesting people with talent, and people who are special in various ways. Like, I'm not, my FE is too selfish to tell you guys this very often, and it's not very good FE because it's so self-aggrandizing. But the fact that you're here listening to me ramble on about this shit, you guys are pretty special people, okay? There are not a lot of people in the world who can appreciate this. And the thing is, I mean, and if you've got a subtype of an ENTP that looks just like an ISFJ, and a subtype of an ISFJ that looks just like an ENTP, if you've got jumpers who've got, say, an action function paired with a reaction function and an ego block in a way that makes absolutely no sense, if you're telling people that the reason they don't understand is because they need to learn more about your extremely complicated system of random metaphors that can't ever be falsified, because whether you're jumper A or jumper B, they have the same exact qualities. I mean, it's not a different but equally okay. It's not separate but equal. It is, the Axis powers versus the Allies. It's clear cut. There's a good and evil here. One is a morass of misinformation. Dave's Superpowers and OP. One is a beacon of truth and justice, talking with famous people. I mean, I feel like I'm becoming more well known as I become more palatable. I'm not putting up a lot of videos that force a viewer to make a choice like I used to. Like, no, this is me in my least pleasing way, and if you don't like it, don't watch the video. And if it bugs you too much that I'm like this, then just unsubscribe because fuck off. Like, I used to have kind of that attitude, which is obviously not particularly conducive to garnering growth and subscribers and stuff. I think I'm more well known than I am successful simply because I have so many videos out. I've been doing it for a long time, and you can't really touch MBTI stuff for very long around YouTube without encountering something by me, probably. So I think, in that regard, more well known than known in some sense. Like, this last month I had over 100,000 views, most of them on shorts that didn't show me at all. So in that sense, somebody's knowing some of my shit has a chance to potentially subscribe, and some of the shorts got a lot of subscribers, surprisingly. And, they're getting a steady diet of shorts along with everything else that I'm doing. I feel like doing when I feel like doing it. Well, the thing is, it's fine. I'm not picking on TE when I'm saying Dave Superpowers and OP is a morass of misinformation. I'm saying I'm picking on somebody who's rejecting the correct approach to a given matter in favor of their own projected function bias. So, just as I was critiquing myself earlier for my projecting my function bias onto that narcissism guy, and in sort of conflating what he's saying about personal relationships into commentary about public discourse, and how I'm revealing my inability to really meaningfully engage on that subject because of my polar. That's not me shitting on FI. That's not me shitting on myself. That's not me shitting on TI. That's me depicting reality correctly. That certain things are appropriate for certain things and not for other things. So what I'm saying is TE is great. And if you call what Dave Superpowers is doing TE, then it's horribly misapplied here, because he hasn't identified the problem he's trying to solve in any meaningful sense, and he's not done any work that moves towards solving that problem. He's just doing TE theater. There's an interview with me and him, in which I'm being super effing nice, but I still push him on a couple of spots, and he just falls apart like paper in a monsoon. Kleenex style paper, not thick hardy paper, okay? Really flimsy paper. Don't allow yourself to be misled or confused by the wrongness people, because they'll lead you straight to a path of confusion. A quicksilver path of confusion down a quicksand path of a hole. And you're trapped at the bottom of that hole, never to become unconfused again. What do you think about that possibility? It's pretty scary stuff. That's why we all need to wear masks, respect social distancing, and get constant vaccinated. And what I want to get is a Nuva ring with COVID vaccinations in it. some people thought I wasn't holding back. I mean, I was totally holding back. I didn't hammer the fact that he had no idea what SI was, that he was SI polar apparently, and that maybe that should be incorporated into his understanding of things before he claims to have successfully articulated a meaningful taxonomy of 512 fucking types. That's me not holding back, right? Like, if I were not holding back, I would begin the conversation with, okay, you fucking tard. Now you're gonna get it. That's how I don't hold back. Sometimes I have on occasion been accused of being not nice. Sometimes by some people. Crazy people with crazy notions sometimes say that sometimes Eric can be not nice. I think they're lying. I'm pretty sure. I have no reason to believe I'm not being nice. I found no gauge or light on me, either showing deficient amount of niceness or blinking not nice or anything to indicate that I'm not nice. So that means I'm very nice. Hey there, Oliver, I'm nice to you. I think you're great and good and fair and just and true. Okay, and I'm nice to you as well. I'm convinced that you're not evil. Instead, you're swell. So swell. And alien 60. I'm nice to you at 3. I'm convinced you're a real alien. And that makes me super impressed with thee and their extraterrestriality implicit in your ways. But hey, Rachel, Gerard, don't be scared, 'cause I'm nice in guarding your feelings as well. I think you're not going to go to hell because you're a moral and decent loving person. You don't commit murder, theft, or arson. Yes, I'm so nice to you. I'm saying these nice things because they're all true, and I'm so nice. C.J. O'Connell, staying up at night. Oh no, he sobs. Why, oh why didn't Eric be nice to me? He cries, G. And then he realizes his C and J were attended to in a most spectacular way. As Eric said, C.J. O'Connell, you've got the most manliest and handsomest of names and persons I have ever seen. And C.J. is such a cool name, cooler than Eric, which is lame, much cooler by far than just a J. And O'Connell is so classic, it makes you think you're Vlasic, like a pickle who has emerged from Boston. Because everyone in Boston has an O apostrophe upon them. That's how you know they're from Ireland. Hooray! There, see how nice I was in that song? I was so nice. I deserve to get my honorary doctorate in niceness studies from the University of Kind Niceries. Tertiary FE. Boy. Okay, and let me tell you something. Don't tell the other people, okay, but dear Lord, the insight and intuition you bring to these conversations fucking blows my mind. Just don't tell Alien or CJ. They might feel bad, but right on the nose there, sister, brother, whatever. Right on the nose. You get it in your brain. And I, for one, feel grateful to be in your presence. I mean, each of you is just like, oh my God. Finally, a tall glass of Alien 60. I feel like I've been in a desert, dying for a need to slake this burning thirst. For what? Not for what, for whom? It's you, Alien 60. This isn't NI, okay, N. This doesn't even take any cognitive function. This is God hitting us all in the face with the truth. Directly in the face with a mace made entirely of truth meats. Oh my God, Oliver, Rachel, it is so good to see you guys. I have missed you both so much. Since last I've seen you guys, I must have spent most of my time telling Rachel, about how cool you guys are. And she'll vouch for me on that, because I was just like, wow, those guys, Rachel and Oliver, if they aren't my two favorite people, then I guess Abraham Lincoln is still alive. No, not this kind of truth. This truth is way too juicy for T.I. Because you're not just correct. You're not just right and just and true in that way. You're true emotionally. Like, you make me so vulnerable by being so self-confident, so real, so authentic all the time. You help me understand how I can grow, by being so effective and powerful, beautiful, intelligent, and warm and considerate, and just so insightful about everything, considering all the different ways you're so powerful and just effective and just like, enlightened. It's like, okay, here's someone I can look to for guidance because they understand. That's who you people are. All 100% not fake words. Not one of those was fake. My FE is not that good. No, the thing about FE, of course, is I could do that. The weird thing about it is I've had people tell me before when I'm doing it as a joke that it's working on them, which makes me feel weird, Like, I remember this video at one point called, like, ESFJ Eric or FE Eric or something like that. I just say, hey, thanks so much for tuning in. I'm glad you're here because I want to just tell you, you know who I'm talking about. It's you, right? You are my all-time favorite viewer. And it's just like, I don't really get the chance to tell you, but I just wanted to let you know that. And like, people, they were like, I know you're bullshitting, but that's totally working on me. Which I just think that's funny, I I wouldn't seriously try to do that. I'm not manipulative like that, you know. I operate way too much on the principle of transparency and forthrightery to do that kind of shit, you know. It just ain't my stizzle. Well, you're FE tool, Oliver. It's come, it doesn't work on you. You don't even have it as an absolute value. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody had to show. Place the slabs below. Let them grow. They will start to go. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. A holy slabs coming to view. Unchangingly true and eternally new. But when the slope appears in charge today, options at large show other ways. Give each a chance now. One's quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The pork beak bends the pork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course has headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force, enemy ground. What happened to my window? Did it go away? Huh. I don't know if I'm even still I guess I'm still streaming. My Google Chrome browser crashed. I don't know if that ended my live stream or not. Oh, Google Chrome. Don't be so chromy. The joke being there that chromy rhymes with crummy. Well, I don't know if I'm streaming or not. I don't know if you guys are talking or not, but when you don't know if you're streaming or not, when you don't know if you're streaming or not, when you can't read anybody's thoughts, it's kind of liberating. This may be going out live, or this may be a complete waste of time. Maybe nobody will ever hear it at all. Regardless, I'll not see anybody's thoughts right now. I can't access them anyhow because my Google Chrome has crashed. Yes, well, it's just me by myself now. Got a little bit of weed left. I got meow amount of energy. Feeling pretty good, feeling pretty positive. So, who is Eric? Okay, well, I'm a professional meer. I try to be me, or at least do what I feel like when I feel like it most of the time if I can. And I like to say a lot of stuff. And okay, but who really is Eric? Okay, I'm a guy. I'm a guy who's here. I'm answering your questions. I have words for your answers to make up answers with, and they will answer your questions about who I really am. That's who I am, is the answerer. I've got some explanations for you if you'd like. I even got poems, songs, whatever, the whole 9 yards. Okay, but that's what you have and what you do. But who are you? Well, I'm the guy who finds stupid people like you annoying, but I'm not really normally going to tell you that because it seems kind of offensive. that's authentically me. I authentically find you super annoying. Okay, but who really... Okay, shut the fuck up. Woman? Imaginary woman? Stop being such an imaginary woman. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine tasty spots. He's got a good idea for an engineering business, thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that thing. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work left rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. Now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing factless to listless, so how all of the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the where, the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. And Gerald still knew. And Gerald still knew there's too much to do. And here's the time in the underview. Too much to rebut, so where now and what? Too much time spent baking the skew with you. The worst I ever played that song. That's what happens when I don't know if anybody's watching. I just dissolve into this is Eric without audience. I just complete fucking around. But Eric, shouldn't you be doing something productive? Yeah, I am. I'm working on the art of fucking around. Getting better and better at it every day. Watch as I fuck around some more. Are you sure you want to just fuck around though, Eric? Well, no, I'm not sure. Fortunately, I have a very high ambiguity tolerance. Are you sure you're even streaming though, Eric? I mean, maybe you're not even recording any of this. Oh, no, I'm not sure. But like I said, I have a very high ambiguity tolerance. And I'm not sure this deserves to be recorded anyway. Oh, it deserves to be recorded. Of course it does, Eric. This is something you're making. That means it's got to be absolutely genius. Are you sure it works that way? I'm not so sure. That's a long kick. I like that kick fine. I need a softer kick too, though. This kick is a good soft kick. Then let's get a nice snare. It's kind of a poppy snare. Nice little pop to it. Now let's get a nice... Let me look at some more snares first. That's not even a snare. That's not a snare. I kind of like the muffled one. Let's see here. Boom. Boom. Chicka. Boom. Boom. Chicka. Boom. Boom. Chika. Boom. And then, of course, boom. Followed naturally by, needless to say, chika. Like so. All right, let's see what it sounds like. Here we go. That's good. It's a little hot, of course. There's some hi-hats now, of course. What? There's nobody listening to me. That's fine. It doesn't matter. You're fine. If you are listening to this, just be okay with the fact that nothing's happening. Say, that's fine. I didn't expect anything anyway. Or perhaps more appropriately, it's fine. I just expected Eric's normal bullshit anyway. if I'm streaming, don't know if I'm not, don't know if I want to, don't know if I'm snot, don't know if I got to, don't know what I like, don't know what I want to, don't know if my bike is good enough to ride without any air in the tires. If it's good enough to ride without any air in the tires. Don't know what's hot and I don't know what's cold. Don't know what's young and I don't know what's old. I don't know what's good and I don't know what's more. But I know this, that I like to rock. Rock and roll, yeah. I've got to rock. So I'm gonna do things every night, all night. Gonna stay up till the morning light. Gonna call my woman child, baby girl, girl child, woman. Now that's good. I'm a rock and roll style guy. I like to rock and to roll all night long at the show with my woman child, girl, baby child, woman, girl, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Well, I guess I'm going to bring this to a close soon. Why? Because who knows if I'm even streaming. It's noon somewhere right now, presumably, if you add 26 minutes to now. Somewhere across the date line, how that would occur, I'm not sure. But if it did, then it would be true for sure that somewhere it's noon right now. And at noon, you've got to stop whatever you're doing, because that's the time when it's time to watch Dune, the new movie that they made from that book. The old movie they made from it was a real piece of ick. Wasn't any good, nor was the book as I recall it, and I even like that genre of stuff. But I don't like Dune, I never did, won't soon, and I don't expect the new movie to be good neither. In June, perhaps I'll see it on Ethernet. Via Netflix, I bet, or Prime Video, or something like that. Discovery Plus, where I'll watch Bigfoot's attack, Alaskan villages. They're called Nantickets.